I was lying on the grass a Sunday morning of last week, indulging in my self-defeat. My mind was thugged, all laced and bugged, all twisted, wrong and beat. Uncomfortable, 3 feet deep. Now the fuzzy stare from not being there on a confusing morning week impair my tribal lunar speak. And of course you can't become if you only say what you would have done. So I missed a million miles of fun. I know it's up for me
If you steal my sunshine,
making sure I'm not in too deep.
if you steal my sunshine,
Keep me versed and on my feet.
if you steal my sunshine,
What the heck was that? That was a little unfair.
I was flying on the bench, sliding in the park across the street. Later that week. My sticky paws were in the making straws out of big fat slurpy treats. An incredible late for the heat. Now the funny glare to palely me tearing, staring under heat, involved in unusual feet. And I'm not only among, but I invite who I wanna come. So I missed a million miles of fun.
I know it's up for me
If you steal my sunshine,
making sure I'm not in too deep.
if you steal my sunshine,
Keep me versed and on my feet.
if you steal my sunshine,
I know it's done for me.
if you steal my sunshine,
Awesome and hard to see.
if you steal my sunshine,
Keeping dumb and built to beat.
if you steal my sunshine, my sunshine, if you steal 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 my sunshine.
All right. 2 seconds. All right, we're good. Mark 99 for $2. Sup, you lavender sperm bank. How was your day? Mine was normal for once, thank God. Remember, drink some water. Yeah. Do. All right. Alan Cohen for 5 fake mice. Drinking night. Even better, you are streaming. Generation Kill and Spec Ops Line videos were the tits. Shine on. Damn it. Shine on you, Chad. Yeah. Dr. Homicide for $2. Some cash fuel. A parasocial relationship. Yeah. Okay. So I should probably explain what's up here. Yeah, the cruise saga. So me and the boys were talking. We were talking about we want to plan our next big goal. Our next big goal for the year. Well, not the year, but our next big thing. What are we going to be working towards? So we decided we wanted to do a cruise. Speaking of which, Featherless by Pell for $10 for the booze cruise. Yeah. So I was looking around and I found Alaskan Cruises where I could afford everybody, the four of us, the four amigos, Irishman, Weed Bro, Shoda, and me. We can take a cruise up to Alaska. Well, from Alaska to somewhere in British Columbia to Alaska. Point is an Alaskan cruise. So I was like, you know what? That'd be a great idea for a saga. You know, I still have my camera. It still works. So I can film it and show you guys us getting into shenanigans up there, fighting whales and hanging out with seals. You know, it'll be great. It'll be great. I'll go on a big boat. Also, Happy Negro Month. Yeah. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I can put up the poll. I set it for June just because like I want to get things locked down by June and all that. In the summer. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. You want to do it in the summer because that's when everything's pretty. But it's a thing where the goal is kind of optional. Because, I mean, we all can scrape together money. It's the fact of like, you know what, let's see how motivated we can be with this. Because we want to set it down in stone. We want to do this. I know one guy was like $6,000. Goddamn, Japan took like $9,000. So this is substantially less expensive. But yeah, that's the idea. Oh, cool, you get to see the Northern Lights. That's the hope. I want to see the Northern Lights. I want to see whales. Did you hear about Justin Moan thing? Shit glows so bright you can practically see it from the sun, which is darkly hilarious considering accused his dad being glowy. I do not know what you're talking about. I'll go if you can sneak a harpoon on the boat and kill the whale old school style like a man, like Ahab. Our Sound Hill fans still here to just suffer. Yeah, I saw that gameplay too. It's, you know, that's what I want out of a Resident Evil 2 remake. Oh, did I say Resident Evil 2? Oh, sorry. I got confused. See how two NYPD cops were beat up by immigrants and no charges were pressed? How surprising. I'm honestly shocked the police union in New York isn't pressuring their government harder. Like, their cops are getting their ass whooped and they're not doing anything. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was just attacking random people. It's specifically the police up there. It's like, are they just that pussy whipped? Callisto Protocol tier gaming. Yeah. Yeah. I had to find better work to afford a trip to Japan. Well, that was for... The reason it was $9,000 is because we wanted to go for 2 weeks, and it was 4 of us. This is going to be substantially shorter amount of time, and it'll be... I say substantially shorter. It'll be a shorter amount of time in an area that's closer by, so it's not going to be as crazy. Yes, they are that pussy whipped. Well, there you go. Here's what the Northern Lights is the perfect background for us to show it. She goes for a swim on the cruise, especially if you see an orca. They're very friendly and almost never attack humans we see. I would actually like to see an orca. I love orcas. I love all those water mammals. They're so cool. Saw Schizo behead his dad live on YouTube stream. Is that what the guy was talking about? Maybe playing Stellar Blade. So, okay. There is a lot of shit with Stellar Blade I want to talk about because I made a post about it on Twitter and I feel like people are not understanding what I'm talking about. But I shall get into it. Also, Medicare stream tomorrow. That is true. Yeah, Medicare. Some guy named Justin Moan beheaded his dad and streamed saying his dad's a federal agent. Guy's practically a schizo lunatic and he threatened to arrest Trump. Well, there you go. He's a fucking schizo. Zim Despot, $5 in Alaska. My Boy Scout troop went on a 2-week trip there in 2011. It was a lot of fun. Even I spent the first week in summer camp. Oh, that's pretty cool. But okay. So, the whole thing with Stellar Blade is... famously, developers just got into the news cycle because they fired a bunch of women that worked at the office for being avowed feminists. The typical suspects are going, well, how dare they fire these women just because their opinion, which is hilariously ironic. But the thing is, there's a misconception. Senator Dawson, $5. There's 5 for the boat saga. Hopefully you won't get trapped on it as long as Guts was. I love cruises. They're so much fun. But okay. Maybe close to Hokkaido? No, there's going to be an Alaskan cruise. I would love to go to Hokkaido in the winter, but this is not what the next saga is going to be. Next saga is going to be a Alaskan cruise. And it's the ones I looked up that were like, not crazy, were like $5,000 for 4 people about, which I think is okay. Same studio that made Goddess Victory Nike. Yeah. But okay, so... Korean feminism is a completely different ball field from Western feminism. Western feminism is bad, but it's still only in the realm of snake oil salesmen fucking each other over for more on their paycheck. Korean feminism is where you dip into actual death cults. I'm not kidding. And before someone goes, oh, haha, that's like our feminists. No. I literally mean eyes wide shut level rituals Heaven's Gate motherfucker death cults. It is actual cults. The most famous one was the Megian Four Goddesses. That was the one that got really infamous. 8 Goddesses. Yeah, the 8 Goddesses cult. Yeah. The 8 Goddesses cult literally took over academia on every single level in Korea and groomed a kid from the time he was born all the way to adulthood. So when he was put into position as the South Korean president, he was in their pocket. I'm not fucking kidding. That happened. I thought Scientology was bad. Yes. Korean feminists have occupied the worst fan bases online. It's a little bit worse than fan bases. They legitimately chop people's balls off. They chop people's balls off. They commit terrorist attacks. There are green texts from South Korean dudes who talk about it and are like, you have no idea. These people are fucking insane. Like, it's worse than just, a bunch of girls at the college will accuse you of rape and get you arrested. I mean, it's literally the teachers will plant evidence to make it look like you are a rapist. They will fail you. They will gaslight your parents into thinking you're a rapist to the point they'll testify against you. There is insane level tactics they get to fuck with people. The rest men were beta as shit to kill themselves. Yes. In fact, the 8 Goddesses cult didn't pull an Anshin Rikyu is a miracle in itself because some women want to repeat that just because. Well, that and the fact they got outed. They were specifically outed as being in control of the South Korean president. Crypto for $2, so feminism, but with real commitment. No, I mean like just actual eyes wide shut Jim Jones level shit. I had to remind people of this when people are crying about wanting to flee Japan to South Korea for entertainment now. Yeah, it's like you don't understand. Even for a cruise, why'd you go to Canada, an actual fascist state, and not afraid trios, black shirts? The ideal is it's from like Alaska to somewhere else, still in America. Because I don't want to step foot in Canada. They're stinky. But I'm willing to go to Alaska. I can't fix her. Sounds like a good thriller movie, but Jesus Christ, yes, it is an actual thing. See, Sega updated their harassment guidelines because of localizers. That's the funny thing. So, Sega seems like it's doubling down on the localizers and going, we have them on every single step of the process. At the same time they announced that, Sega is currently performing mass layoffs. So there are a shitload of people getting laid off. At the same time, they're talking about, we totally love our localizers. And localizers on the reply going, yeah, if you need a place to go, I'll try to get you set up. So they're trying to kiss the ass of localizers while actively throwing them under the bus, which is fucking amazing. James McDonald for $10. Hey man, I've always been a huge fan of your content. You're based as fuck. Can we expect a Final Fantasy XIV? Love to hear your thoughts on it as a whole. Maybe a series of videos like Berserk. Do you mean like dedicated videos? Because that's one thing, but like, do you know what stream this is? My lymph notes swell because of the flu. Green tea with honey and lemon. That fixes anything. Cultists should be treated like Christians when they first set foot in Japan. Well, that's why a lot of companies straight up have zero tolerance policies. The areas where the cultists have control are like dead set in their control. Every other company in Korea knows how bad they are, and they have zero tolerance policy. The reason the Limbus company, I think that's what it was called. Yeah, Limbus company. The reason that got up in the news cycle for firing that one artist is because she was sneaking in hidden imagery from the cult where they do like the pinch their fingers together, where it's like making fun of like, oh, haha, small peepee. That's apparently a sign from one of the feminist death cults in Korea. And the chick was an avowed member, and that exposed her as one. So the Korean fan base demanded she get the fuck out. They demanded she be fired. Because they knew, it's like, oh god, if this cult gets in control of this company, it's fucking unrecognizable. It will actually be used for death cult propaganda. There was other ones, any company, like, there is a common misconception that South Korea banned pornography. It did not. There is still porn in South Korea. There's still hentai in South Korea. And in fact, any entertainment company that talks about wanting to censor it is met with very violent backlash because people think that's the feminist death cults getting into the companies and demanding censorship and changes. So if anything, the reason why Nike is so explicit about what it is and it's just jiggling an ass in your face like a chick's twerking is because it's showing to everyone else in South Korea, we are not part of the cult. That is an actual thing. It's not just because fan service, it's because, yes, we are not part of the feminist death cults. Please trust us. South Korea is owned by literal death cults and megacorps. Yes. We'll spend $5, and I thought Amber Heard's friends who were trying to cast spell on Johnny Depp's house were bad. Makes the cults in America look somewhat tame. Yeah. Vipro is a product of feminism. Sounds like they want to make South Korea into a reverse version of The Handmaid's Tale. That is literally what they're doing. They cut men's balls off. Kyo Kanako, another Niji Sanji VTuber, got graduated. Yeah. Hope to see that makes Yakuza and Atlas get bought by Microsoft. Where other companies, Sega doesn't deserve games now. Yeah. Relying on any one country for me is a bad idea. Anyway, since it lets them know what their next target is, you're better off getting stuff from small devs altogether. Yeah, just don't talk about it. Just don't make a big spectacle about it and go, oh, well, this is the next landscape. This is the next landscape. It's like, just enjoy shit. Booba dog whistling. It is literally booba dog whistling, and they have to do it. How are Korean women more insane than white women and people who want to rely on South Korea for their entertainment? I get they make some movies like Train to Busan, but come on, yeah. Have you looked back at a YouTuber you haven't watched for a long time and are horrified seeing him again? A guy watched a British potato cheat on his girlfriend with a drone and threw him on a car. Ah, God, there's actually been more than a few. I'm just trying to remember some in particular. For a very brief period of time, I watched Jim Sterling. Then I ignored him for years, and then I saw him I saw him during his Troon out, and that was terrifying. It's sneaky. Whatever. I think I'm getting desensitized to NTR. Should I go pray? Yes. Is BTS created or funded by a guy's cult? I don't know. How the fuck did South Korea get an anti-feminist strawman? It's not even anti-feminist. There is like a violent tug-of-war over there. What is the point of their feminism? What is the message? They just want control power. What is the point? It's cult. It's a cult. Ultimate control over your life, ultimate money, ultimate resources. That is the goal of any cult. To just tell you what to do at every single step of your life and have as much money as they can get their hands on. That is every single cult. Oh, the dogs. Winston's being a pain in my ass. He's being a pain in my ass. He is all desperate for attention and lonely. Seeing Jim try to breastfeed was horrifying. I didn't need to see that. Sounds like the entire Korean peninsula is pretty shit. Glad I live over here. They worship an actual figure, just the idea of femininity. I don't know. Hear about Yakuza Dead defending localization changes, saying shit like GTA caused mass shootings because trying to be nice, but dude, stop. Okay. The shit like GTA causing mass shootings was taken out of context. That exact thread, I know exactly what you're fucking talking about. That exact thread was made by a guy who was trying to shit on Yakuza because he wants to prop up Shenmue. I'm not kidding. During his entire cope that he was talking about how, oh, well, this guy that's now in charge of Yakuza, he believes, like, you know, violence in media causes violence in real life and all this shit. And specifically used the phrase, that's why Yakuza is full of dumb life lessons. That guy he's talking about, and the one that the entire story's about, was literally a writer for Yakuza since the PS2 games. He has been intimately involved with the series for a long time. He does not believe media causes violence. He believes that, you know, media can be used to promote good messages. That's why Yakuza, despite being an anti-hero story, has the characters be so noble and so heroic, because that's what he wants to see. It was literally a dude taking shit out of context and spurging because he wanted to dunk on Yakuza and prop up Shenmue. Good news, Paul Hero got over 1 million subs. He did. Gunbro got over 1 million subs. Shenmue's a forklift simulator. Story will never be finished. Did you see the other endings of Tekken 8? I did not. I beat Final Fantasy 6 today, and I started 7. I mean, started 7 again because we started on here, but I'm playing through 7 now. Cult person have $2. Why do lefties hate landlords so much? Also, FF6 best FF. Because they're part of an ideology that specifically does not want them to have any sort of upward mobility. It is a thing where if you get into real estate, that is a very, very good moneymaker. Whether you're a real estate agent, property owner, builder, anything in the real estate field can make you a lot of money if you know what you're doing. So obviously they need to demonize that and go, oh, you want to make money? Oh, you want to own houses? Don't you know how immoral that is? Because then nobody's going to own any fucking property, so now who's the only one left to buy it? Megacorps. And it's a thing where I saw that dumbass meme where it's like, oh, well, we hate scalpers when they buy up PS5s or Lego Death Star, so we should hate investors that buy up properties. And I almost had a fucking aneurysm going, that is not at all what investors do. Holy shit, are you stupid? Like, the mindset that you buy up houses like they're fucking Beanie Babies is literally what caused the recession. That's not even that's not even a facetious literally. That is a literally that's what happened. People got a bunch of subprime mortgages to buy properties they didn't fucking need, couldn't afford, and held on to them for as long as possible. So when then everyone had all the foreclosures all at once, it hit the market. That is literally what caused the recession. And someone might go, well, duh, that's what happened. No, you are a fucking retard and you don't know how this works. Dark Homicide for $2. I use Twitter. Also $2 to Whale Cruise. We're going to hang out with some whales. If you, Suzuki, didn't go bananas, maybe Shenmue 3 would have turned out better, yeah. Is feminist death cult the reason why NTR is so popular in South Korea? It possibly could be. I mean, housing is expensive as fuck right now. Yeah, but that's not investors. That is just the market sucks because Biden sucks. Feel bad for realtors that have to raise prices for properties to combat inflation. Yeah. Also, it's not realtors that raise prices. It is interest rates on mortgages that raise prices because you have to find a way to offset the fucking mortgage prices. Wikipedia pretends they're a normal feminist movement because they literally have people in Wikipedia editing shit for them. Check out some of the green text of guys who are from South Korea and some of their horror stories. It's legitimately frightening. Uncle buys and flips a shit ton of houses and makes a crap ton of cash. Yeah, he's smart. Yokohama defending localizers being taken out of context then? Yeah. At least in the sense of the violence in media thing. He was talking about in the sense of, oh yeah, we have our localizers working right alongside us, but just because that part's true does not mean he actually defends violence in media. The guy's been writing the series since the fucking PS2. He very clearly does not believe violence in media causes violence in real life. Yakuza slips one time and everyone starts shitting on him. Weird. Yeah. Whale Cruz is Lolly's way of telling us he's a feeder. Who would win, the Great Father of People's Democratic Republic of Korea or the feminist hive mind cult? Any Vagabond reviews in the future? Love your Berserk series. It's possible. I say it won't be a saga, but it'll be a video. Should visit Antarctica Island instead. I don't want to see penguins. They're stinky. I'm in love with FF6 again. It is so fucking good. I forgot how much of a gauntlet Kefka is at the very end. It's one of those where on paper, it should be a pain in the ass. It should be. And in practice, it kind of is. You have that gauntlet where you have to fight like 4 different phases of him, all in groups with like party wiping abilities, and shit tons of health. But fighting him feels so fun and so tense, and it's just engaging to do that I just never complain. Drop by the Alaskan mainland? I plan to. That'd be great. If he believed he's a terrorist. Exactly. He played New Yakuza. I'm holding off on it for now. I want a sale. Just because I'm not in a position to drop $70 on a game that is also nickel and diming people with fucking microtransaction shit. Drop may be wacky, but at least we weren't $6 billion in debt. Yeah. Imagine FF6 remake, though. That's the thing. The opera scene in the Pixel remaster changed it to be 2.5D and add straight up voice acting where the opera is being sung. And it's actually really pretty, and it's really nice. I've seen Cedar Bruce River, Criminal Rivers claim that Trump claims Trump is guilty and there's no secret attack against himself. I have no idea who you're talking about. Nikki pronounced Nikki, also Doro Supremacy Doro. Like I said, relying on South Korea for entertainment. All of South Korea have feminist secret societies that make women, Wiccan women blush, practically asking for disaster. Yeah, you don't rely on one country for media. There's always going to be good and bad of every media. Oh, the SG bubble pop. It's currently kind of in the middle of it. Evergrande, one of China's biggest real estate companies, they entered liquidation phase of bankruptcy. They're currently piecemealing the company and selling it off bit by bit. So that's not great. On top of that, you have shit like, it was either BlackRock or another one of the big ESG companies was like trillions of dollars in debt. On top of that, as stated, Sega, while they're trying to prop up the localizers and talk about, oh, we love having them work right alongside us, are laying off people left and right. Mass layoffs are in the news every other fucking week. It's like they're trying their best to kind of grin and bear it and go, no, nothing's happening, but something's clearly happening. That scene's given its due. It's such a good scene. See, people call Maxwell a pedo. Yeah, because he's trying to get into Blue Archive, and it sucks because like I never had a problem with him. He always seemed pretty cool. You know, he liked my videos, and it's like, you know, he seems like a cool dude. And he never, like, gunned after anyone or tried to play moral fag or anything like that. It's just his fan base are rabid because they're a bunch of kids. FF6 director Yoshinori Kitase said a remake akin to Final Fantasy VII could take 20 years to complete, so don't do it like Sevens. Blue Archive's a pedo game? It is not. Do you know anything about sailors? Milking Persona 3 has begun. Rumor is the answer is DLC. Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised about that. And at the same time, I'm like, I don't really give a shit about the answer. All the people going like, oh, I was going to buy the game. Then I heard the answer is DLC. It's like, nobody gave a fuck about the answer. Nobody gave a fuck about the answer. Josh and McKnight for $20. Just want to say thanks for these streams. I work overnights now, so it's time to... it's nice to have a few hours to kill with some fun. Yeah, good shit. Good shit. From what I can tell, they're called Megalia, and if they had the president of South Korea in their pocket, how they not take over? They did. They did. It's just they ended up getting outed. Why are people pretending to care about the answer? Yeah, right? Do you think housing prices will improve once Biden and Trudeau get the fuck off their seats? I want to know the reasons why and how to convince some brainlets here. So, the thing is, it's not just Trudeau and Biden. They are part of the problem, but they're all just part of the same crowd that, as stated, want to make it to where there is no upward mobility in life. That is kind of the misconception everyone has with the WEF, with the whole you will live in the pod, you will eat the bug. It's a manner of you will never be allowed to rise above your caste. You will never be allowed to rise above being a serf. You will always serve the master. That is their intention. They do not want overnight millionaires. There was a reason why after the GameStop thing happened, they cracked the fuck down on that. And also why I believe, personally, there was a lot of people going, no, don't sell at all. Don't, hold on to it. We can bleed them dry. When everyone knew they were never going to bleed them dry. It's like, no, you will absolutely not bleed them dry. All you're doing is basically fucking letting good money out of bad, you know? Sell and make your chunk. Make your chunk. Become more financially stable. You know, do that thing. I know people say, oh, but the principal doesn't do anything. You know? Principal does not do anything. How they crack down on GameStop stock. They were literally writing laws overnight, changing how you can buy and sell on stuff like E-Trade because people were trying to buy up GameStop. Don't move up, stay put, peasant. Exactly. Once someone takes Atlas away from Sega, I don't want Western Persona thanks to localizers. Yeah. I haven't got to Persona 3 yet. The answer was an extra epilogue, right? Yeah. The answer was pretty cool. It's just Persona 3 combat's not good enough to carry on its own. It's a slog, but the story details are legitimately good. Yeah. Most politicians are themselves landlords. Yeah, they own multiple properties. At Trump's second term, do you think the elites will succeed in cementing their caste system? I don't think so. Because, like, the big thing to remember is a lot of the elites now are really stupid, and that's why shit ends up blowing up the way it does. To the point that you have this South Park episode about 9/11 where they're desperate to make people think they can pull off something like 9/11. Which, granted, that's not really the best aging South Park episode because they kind of did. But the message of it still worked where they want people to think they're all powerful and get away with anything. And in certain cases, they absolutely can. But there's always something new that gives them a black eye. They are just people. They are just people. They are still dumb. They are still petty. They're like anyone else. I mean, hell, why do you think the Nancy Pelosi stock tracker exists? Because she's blatant about what she's doing. Don't buy $70 games at launch, even if it's not compromised. Don't buy it at launch. $70 is crazy, and these companies are nutcase for pushing it. Yeah. Gave up playing 3 FES because of how bad the combat is, and the answer is mostly doing that. Yeah. As to being able to control party members just makes it so much better. Robins are so goddamn old. I'm going to buy the new Berserk 97 Blu-ray. Potential new scenes equals last chance for Skull Knight and Wildlight to be in the show. Did they announce potential new scenes? Because I don't see how that could work. I mean, I'll probably buy them, but, you know. Arman Hunyan for $2. Ollie, she screamed your names to mine. What do I do? FF6 is 28% off on PSN store. Well, there you go. That's your answer. As I said on Twitter repeatedly, Atlas and Sega already lost me as a long-time customer. Them damage controlling while still defending localizers and ignoring criticism just means I shan't return. Well, as stated, they're mass laying off people. So, yeah, pull up a lawn chair and watch. You know they're not getting your money, and that will eventually, snowball. So when they have to fire people left and right and still play pretend, I mean, they'll dip harder into ESG because, get woke, go broke was never really right. It was go broke, get woke. That's something Razorfist is just right about, where it's like, yeah, the more desperate a company becomes, the more they will dip into ESG, hoping it's the blank check they need to turn it all around. And Sega will absolutely do that, because notice, Sega is doing this and dipping into ESG crap and dipping into, oh, we love localizers, we love Sweet Baby and all that shit, after they lost Hyenas, which was a $1 billion project they had in mind, which went fucking nowhere and broke apart and killed Creative Assembly, which also killed Total Warhammer, which is one of the few franchises they had. Because think about what Sega owns. They have their arcades, which were torn apart because of COVID lockdowns. They had to close down a shitload of arcades in Japan because of COVID. All right, so what do they have? They have Yakuza, which makes pretty good money, and notice they're really trying to monetize it. So it's like, please spend money on this, please spend money on this. They have Atlas. Why do you think they've been milking Persona 5 so much, and now P3 remake? They had Sonic, but Sonic has never been the moneymaker it's supposed to be for a long time, and they had Creative Assembly. Which just had to shutter because Hyenas, even though they were doing very well with Total Warhammer. So, don't Sega games sold more in the West more than Japan? Sort of. As I say, it's more just the fact that Sega mainly had stuff like Creative Assembly under their belt, and Creative Assembly was more a Western studio, and Yakuza became very popular in the West. I still think them defending localizers, them just trying to be nice. People remember Japanese doesn't like public drama unless it's outright talked about. Yeah. Sega remade Phantasy Star Online 2 and nobody cared. Yeah. What is Sweet Baby? Sweet Baby is an ESG affiliated company that offers advisement for script writing and video game projects. So they literally come in and tell you the checklist to be ESG compliant, and then they take their money. That's what they just did Suicide Squad, and that's why Suicide Squad has stuff like, man, isn't Wonder Woman so cool? Well, every other Justice League member is humiliated. Along with John Stewart Green Lantern, who they call the good one. Well, no, okay. Exact context for John Stewart Green Lantern, you can read his bio, read his profile in the game in Suicide Squad, and it's Deadshot, who is also black, talking about how, John Stewart was the Marine, the white picket fence All-American guy. He wanted to be one of the good ones. And you read that and you remember the context of like, okay, this is coming from a black guy. Does he mean the good one in the sense that he's calling John Stewart an Uncle Tom? And then you think about it, it's like, so the pasty-ass California people over at Sweet Baby and Rocksteady, because you can find like the fucking pictures of all the employees, 95% white, are literally calling John Stewart a wannabe good one to insult him for being a superhero, and that's what they think an edgy joke is. Now, the thing is, if this was any other company, if this was an expressly punk rock company where they didn't give a fuck, I wouldn't care, be like, ooh, that's pretty spicy, that's pretty savage. This is a company trying its best to not be racist. So they tried so hard not to be racist, they made Deadshot black. A lot of people say it's because of the Will Smith movie, and I do believe that. But they had the black guy shit talk another black guy for trying to be a good person in a superhero by calling him a good one, basically implying he's an Uncle Tom. So, yeah. Will spam $2. Wasn't Wonder Woman's bio 3 times longer? 3 times longer, and there's like nowhere near as many insults. Wonder Woman is simped over by the Suicide Squad more than once. She is the only one with a bio that doesn't insult her. She is the only one with a death scene with any emotional weight to it. She is the only one with a death scene that the Suicide Squad specifically feel regret over. She is the only one they feel bad about killing. Everyone else is humiliated. They piss on Flash's head. Green Lantern stripped to his underwear. They tie Batman up, make fun of him, and shoot him in the head. All this shit. But does she die? Yeah, she dies. She dies sacrificing herself so they can kill Superman. Finished the Arkham trilogy. Enjoyed more. Loved the whole dynamic between Batman and Joker trying to break Bruce and take control. Hudson Soulwalker's games are pretty good. That's dumb because Arkham vs. Deadshot making 2 appearances and he's white. The film Assault on Arkham and Arkham Origins. Yeah, they say that was an imposter Deadshot, and the black one's the real one. What do they do, Superman? I'm trying to remember exactly how they get Superman, but he is weakened because Wonder Woman stabs him with kryptonite, and I think they just make like a joke about it. Josh McKnight for $20 on Suicide Squad game. Have you seen the Batman stuff? Makes me actually angry. Justice League and Justice League Unlimited were some of my favorite cartoons growing up. Rest in peace, Kevin Conroy. Oh yeah. And I say what makes that egregious is Suicide Squad had multiple delays. Yeah, Superman gets shot. Yeah, because they stab him with kryptonite, so he's vulnerable. But there were multiple delays for Suicide Squad. One of them after Kevin Conroy died. So they could have at least toned it down, cut out all the jokes, and make it a more tragic scene. Change the music, change the jokes, make it to where they genuinely seem like they're regretful of having to kill Batman because he's been such an important figure in their lives. Like, without Batman, who do they have? You know, that kind of thing. But they just didn't because they didn't care enough to. So, see the trans rights tweet? I saw the one where, yeah, someone dressed Harley up in, like, really just blah, neon colors. And that was supposed to be trans rights, and it was just like, that's just pathetic. There's no doubt in my mind Arkham Batman could take on the entire Suicide Squad. He has. Not all at once, but he absolutely has. One is now saying Kevin Conroy's in 2 more projects. Yeah, because even they know it's like, yeah, let's not have this be his last one. Fuck. Oh, this is slightly off center. There we go. Okay. Wonder Woman 1 is Themyscira is Perfect Society. Wonder Woman rather be part of the patriarchy since she's the worst Amazonian is so fucking stupid. Yeah, because, like, no, it's not a perfect society. They enslave men. Like, literally enslave them from birth. Funny how the Yakuza spin-off Dead Souls tried to break into the American market and failed. Yeah. Once China hits their shit, WF, BlackRock, and all the other companies will fade into irrelevance. Some kind of normality will come into public and life. That's the hope. We don't know, but that's the hope. Apparently there's a bug where you can just skip the ending. Yeah, people would log in and find out that they were just immediately given the ending of the game. Alright, so we still need 5 more levels for this, so... Alright, that's... Yeah, we can't do that one yet. Believe it's the Stone Vigil. Yeah. Couple percent, $5 for the Silent Hill 2 remake trailer. Other than some atmosphere looking good. Man, did that trailer make me take me from cautious to unbelievably concerned. Yeah. Trans rights for Suicide Squad. Yeah, not the best. Not the best. Bryce Freeman is deep in eternal vigilance. Yeah. It also kind of made Harley a nonce with Poison Ivy being a kid. So much of the game just amounted to none of this was a good idea. None of this was a good idea. Socialism and its consequences has been a tragedy for mankind. Its forced us in poverty, forced man to hating themselves, and has ruined the thought of advancing economically. Yeah. That's always been my problem with it. It is literally brainwashing people into thinking, no, you don't want to be successful. That will make you unhappy. To which I will say, all right, so the people that don't listen to this will be the ones that become successful then. Like, it is literally just there to basically stifle competition. There are people running around who think Poison Ivy's a better person than Bruce. Yeah, they're stupid. Like, they've always existed and they've always been dumb. Harley Quinn's gentrification lines, yeah. Equippers and Suicide Squad, no one can get it right, yeah. They have one movie that took off because of fucking James Gunn, and now they have to milk that into a franchise. These gold kryptonite bullets.
He turned us into fucking killers!
I assume it's an item you have to grind for. You have to grind for / do a lot of missions to set up just to pad out the runtime. Not today, Satan. Eulogy they give Batman and Suicide Squad was so shit. Why is Lois Lane giving a not Batman character like Gordon or Vicky? I understand having Lois Lane give it, just out of the sense of Sweet Baby wrote it, and Sweet Baby hates what they're doing. They don't want to be there, and this is all stupid shit for nerds. I just want my paycheck. Lois Lane? Oh, yeah, that's Batman's girlfriend, right? So I understand that, you know. You see Twitter's arguing that Canada's still better than the U.S. even though the government's killing kids up there. Yeah, I was the one that kicked off that argument because I posted about it. I was like, yeah, imagine being such a cuck you defend the Canadian government literally telling kids to kill themselves. And giving them permission to do it without their parents' knowledge or consent. Watch Mahler play and beat the game, and he was just not having it. He was having the guard a stupid vehicle to reach the location, shoot niggas in the leg to heal the entire game. Yeah. As stated, every single thing about it screamed, we are a Destiny clone. We are a Warframe clone. We just want to be looter shooter. And everyone's like, no, I still want to see. No. Oregon's totally not going to China. Yeah, right? That's going to come out and people are going to pretend to be so surprised. Maybe what explain. Which one? The Canadian thing? So, Canada just passed a law that said that kids, like literal children, can apply for medical assisted suicide without parental consent. They are literally telling kids, if you want to die, you can do it without worrying about what your parents say. We'll spend $5. Do you hear Netflix wants to tone down Sokka's and probably the Northern Water Tribe sexism? Tell us you understand after Last Airbender in 5 seconds. They did, and then in the same vein said, oh, we're going to show the Air Nation genocide. So it's like, oh, okay, so you want to tone down the sexism because, like, oh, that might be too extreme for some people. Then you're just going to show an entire race of people be murdered. Rocksteady's also having paid chill accounts to defend the game saying no one played it. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, those are blatant. Even worse than that, Canada kills kids even if the parents are actively against it. When are they going to be done about it? Yeah, it's like, that's the thing that will forever be the eternal knock against Muffrey healthcare. It's, all right, but then you're giving the government more permission over your life than anyone else. Because if the government decides not to pay for your healthcare, where the fuck are you going to go? And remember, whoever foots the bill, they're the decision maker. Haven't seen anything like that. I'm looking for it right now. Would you get that information? Talking about the Canada thing? Look up Canada assisted suicide. Could be that the article talking about it's been scrubbed, but I don't think so. Canada nonsense in the story about the Italian baby in the UK. Yeah. D for Black Mage in FF3. I think I had a thief on the team for a while. But then I swapped him to like a, I think I swapped him to a monk. They're just more useful. Black mages are very, very useful though, because you need that high-end magic. How long till Canada goes full tilt and puts through involuntary euthanasia? That's been a thing. That has been a thing. Specifically people who are on like veterans benefits and things like that have been complaining that they get told by whoever person they're calling for their benefits because they're like, hey, I haven't gotten my shit yet. They're literally being told, well, how about you just kill yourself? You're eligible. And they're like, what the fuck do you mean I'm eligible? Medical and pharmaceutical industrial complex is real. It is. Every day that passes, people consider becoming the Unabomber. The Unabomber being who he was, the reason why none of this shit could be handled beforehand, because he poisoned the fucking well. Because he never gave a shit. And I just really want their people to die rather than actually take care of them. Yeah. By being 13% magic users, black mages commit. And, for the unfamiliar, Italy made a baby an Italian citizen. The UK government and the military sent the military to prevent him from leaving for support after saying they will cut off his life support. Yeah, it's a thing where it literally amounted to, why do you care so much that this baby dies? That's not what I mean. I mean, the government deciding for you, you're just gonna die, not suggesting but commanding. Oh yeah, like basically just death penalty. Yeah, like actual right shit. Yeah, I can see that. Cult first time for $2. That was a cost and ways to minimize the cost. Yeah, no one understands that. Nothing in life is free. Speaking of UK, talking about reinstating conscription. Yeah, have fun. Alright. I think if we go over here, there's more fights. Government wants baby to die because of my law or some shit. Well, I think it's a humiliation thing. You know, we can't have this baby live because we've already deemed that it must die. And if someone in a private healthcare or nation that doesn't use our system allows it to live, that'll kick off people going, then why the fuck are we paying you? You were gonna kill this kid because it was too difficult for you. You see Yar's reaction to live action after the last Airman trailer. He makes a lot of good points about the trailer looking like ass. Well, I mean, it just looked like ass to begin with. The only thing they got right is, oh, okay, so they didn't pull an M. Night Shyamalan, and the characters from the different tribes look like the tribes they're supposed to be from. That's literally it. Do you think Canadians are going to start migrating to the U.S.? They do. Count Dankula's not dying for no bong. Yeah, this is the only thing where you can see, you know, this is the moment where you can kind of go like, all right, so this is where they're gonna force all the migrants into the fucking military to make up for the numbers, and they get to have their foreign army that has no loyalty to the people around them. Then you realize, but the migrants don't give a fuck either. So the minute they're told what to do by the British government, they go, suck my dick. And what are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do? OPC children were never mentioned, but it just says in general that the delayed legislation for the whole let's get depressed people off themselves just for mental illness. Hopefully it's a children were never mentioned rage bait thing. That's my hope. Because, I mean, yeah, if government in Canada wanted to kill kids, there's no... That's something where, like, how do you even argue against that? How? Oh, boy. US does the draft, I ain't going. Oh, yeah. It's a thing where, like, you pissed everybody off. You specifically forced out all the people that willingly wanted to join the military and willingly would have fought for you. Even if it's not out of a patriotism thing, just for the money. You know, a lot of conservatives join the military because it's a good blue-collar job that's dependable. Now you're going to tell all those same people that are pissed off at you to go fight. They're going to tell you to go fuck yourself. The only people you have left are all the lefties who never liked you to begin with and don't like America, don't want to join the military. Like, who do you have? You have the migrants. Guess what? The migrants don't give a fuck. They're agents for the cartels. They're not going to join. I think it's opposite. Draft all the problematic white people to get rid of them. I mean, congratulations. You can try that. You know what you're going to have? An entire generation of spiteful military veterans. Given how I literally see nothing about anywhere about children and there's a full-blown shit show, I'm going to say it's probably a complete rage bait you got fooled by, and hopefully chat realized too. That's my hope. That is much, much preferable to, yeah, the Canadian government's killing kids. So thankfully, they're only killing the mentally ill, the homeless, veterans, disabled people. At least it's not kids. I just believe being Mexican sucked, but thank God I'm not Canadian. And on beds too, Electric Boogaloo. Yeah. Whenever schools forcing college on kids used to push people into debt. No, that's exactly what it is. It's a debt trap. Because colleges were the first way they would get kids into debt traps. That's where you get the stories of like, oh yeah, I'm $150,000 in debt and student loans, and they raised a generation of kids that only know what it's like to go to school. So they don't want to graduate, and they become forever students who are legitimately afraid to graduate. Which, by the way, I will say this. If I ever raised a kid and they decide to be a forever student, I would beat their fucking ass so hard. It's like, no. If you're gonna go to college, you are going to get a degree that you know you can get a job from. You're not gonna fuck around. If you're going to go to that school and spend a bunch of money you know you don't have just because you think the adult world is too hard, you are a fucking idiot. Kronger is really making the 6th Street gang from Cyberpunk. They really are. Generation of Burt Keischers, yeah. It's so comically level fuck up. It hasn't gone full Boogaloo levels yet. Trust me, we'd hear about that. That was the case. That is true, yeah. So that little bit of spark of humanity is still there. Still fighting like a trooper. Only somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000 columns debt. You're on one of the lowest ends then. Holy shit. That's something you can pay off. It's basically a car payment. It's not perfect, but it's something. Samurai Bear for $1. Whatever happened to that Wonder Woman game Monolith was making? They're still making it. It's going to use the Nemesis system from fucking Shadow of War. Here's that Black Q for $1. Thoughts on DC and Justice World, a reaction of shocking exposure of Batman by Injustice Superman on social media, which was funny but unexpected. I'm not sure what you mean. Because Injustice in general, I don't really remember a lot about. I don't want to go back. What about my brewmaster degree at college? If you actually use it right, you can make good money off that. You can become a brewmaster. You can work at a brewery or something like that. It's the fact that a lot of kids do this because they are like, well, I wanna make my own artisanal brews, and they never fucking do that, and it's just sitting there. And meanwhile, I graduated with a general studies degree and have no debt and practically free. Yeah, just as Superman uses Twitter to expose Batman identity. Oh, okay. I mean, he'd do it, and just Superman was kind of a petty dick. Oh, God. Being in debt for life because you can't grow up is one of the stupidest days I've heard. Yeah, as stated, that's why when you realize how much of society, modern society, I mean to say, is specifically built to stifle upward mobility, a lot of things about life make sense. Pushing kids into college while never actually teaching them what they want to learn is not just because the education system is broken and lazy. They specifically don't want kids to figure out what they want to learn because that kid has the potential to become a billionaire. A kid that actually knows what he wants to do and is driven towards a goal is dangerous because they can do anything. They can make a lot of money. They become a name of renown. So they need to crack down on that by making you basically just this indecisive loner that doesn't know what you want in life. Oh, do I want to do this? Do I want to do that? You put yourself in the debt to where you're never in a position to actually fulfill what you want to do in life and put every single block in the way to make it harder. That's why famously, if you ever try to become an accountant, the first thing they teach you in accounting school is the system sounds a lot more complicated than it really is. Because that's the point. It scares people out of it because then only a small number are actually doing it. And that small number can be won over or controlled. Government has taken care of vets since World War II. It's common knowledge. War crumbs. What the hell is their plan going to be? More benefits than ever come? Yeah, right. We have an entire generation of depressed millennials and Zoomers. Quite literally. Stationing National Guard units at the border and telling them shooting any illegal solve our border problem and spark a war with the cartels. Honestly, a war with the cartels has kind of been long coming. We've kind of always had like soft wars with them, so it's like, fuck it. Let the chips fall where they may. Now, obviously, don't go full let's bomb Mexico, but like, yeah, this time military interventionism will work. For sure. I mean it this time. So I get an engineering degree, head to the Air Force, then work some gov job. Yeah. I have older cousins who work boats as captains and shit who make $100K over a year. College is not the way to go. Exactly. Like, as stated, it is an actual thing where you see how much of media is built to specifically discourage the idea of personal responsibility and discourage the idea of upward mobility. No, for $1. Just got home, so able to ask some questions. Couldn't ask why you're talking about P3R, but do you think one of the things Sega will try to pull will be adding FemC as DLC? It's possible. I also don't think they're ever really going to touch FemC. They've kind of always ignored her. I'd like it. It'd be cool. Or the cartel's been floating around as far as I know since the mid-'80s. And the big problem with that is also the fact our government is deep, and I mean balls deep, in bed with the cartel. Any war with them would purely be a state thing. It would be Texas National Guard versus the cartel. It wouldn't be American military versus the cartel. My bro complains about anime third service playing the bear sex game. How should I blow him? You've asked this question before. I'm trying to think you're a robot. See the Gunt start shit with the other locales and Boogie's GF maybe an adulterer. Pretty sure Boogie's GF right now is a whore. Like an actual paid prostitute. Also, Ralph is trying to flee Mexico because he might have beaten up a girl with cartel connections. You know, my mom forced me to go to college, even though I told her college and university ain't worth it. Tried to skirt around with leftist propaganda factory that became, but not gonna lie, dude, that's kind of on you. You could have just went, no, I'm not fucking going. It's a waste of goddamn money. I don't know what I want to do with my life. She'll be pissy, but just go like, listen, would you rather help me pay off my student loan debts for the next 20 fucking years, if not longer? As long as you say, like, no, I want to be an electrician. I want to be a plumber, something that makes money. You know, I want to befriend a builder and get real estate contracts with a builder, you know, something like that. Kirsten Sinema, Arizona governor, is legitimately paid for by cartels. Yeah, I believe it. She is one of the most shady ones. She was the one where, you know, middle of the night during the election, and it looks like she's losing. Then you go to sleep, you wake up, and I know where she won. Worked so hard to flood their drugs into the U.S. Why ruin that relationship? Go program starting sending illegals after maps. We'll call it aliens for spreaders. When I have kids, I'm going to go out of my way to discourage them from going to university. The only exception is Bible college. If they're able to sit down and explain to me why they want to go to college, why they think it's a good idea, and the fact that they do have a good plan in place, I will allow it. But I'll make it clear to them, you are not going to buy into any sort of my family hates me bullshit. You are not going to talk about how much you hate America and how much it sucks. You're not going to buy into any of the politics over there because they're all sex offenders that want to rape you. Son or daughter. Remember Class of 09 had an aura of cynicism around it? Yeah, the guy who made it apparently pulled Doki Doki only and said he hates anime and voice acting because it's cringe. Well, there you go. I knew I hate it for a good reason. I hate false sincerity. Yeah, sorry, every time America tries to help us with the cartel, they fuck up and cartel becomes stronger. The last day, it's because our government's in bed with them. It's not we fuck up, it's we're fucking up by design. You don't understand, man. It's a game of TF2 and we're the spy. And that's something that a lot of people kind of need to accept. America is not incompetent. We are not incompetent by any means. We are, in fact, very, very good at what we do, and that should terrify you. And that's not a puff up, we're so badass. It's a, you don't understand. The James Bond villains won. The game Dome guy for 20 Mexican bucks. Here's a Mexican bribe, please. No troops, please. I'm sorry, little one. I can't save you. You will give Los Zetas all your Dragon Ball statues. Dark Homicides for $2. Was thinking of putting my kids in boxing with me. Yeah, it's good exercise. Tim Burns remaking Attack of 50-Foot Woman. I am aware. It lives or dies by the main actress. If she is hot, there is potential. If she's not, movie's down on arrival. Those schools try to curb racism by the end of middle school before freshman year. Generally racist, not woke racist, just fuck you nigger type racist. Yeah. America's quite adept at making mistakes. The only thing we truly excel at. It's not even mistakes. These are by design. The only thing that's not by design are the longer term consequences, as in with the span of like 30 years or so. If it's about propping up cartels and getting cartels guns and money, that's all intentional. We very much mean to do that. It's the larger consequences around that of like economic damage to ourselves. And I'm surprised my Mexican fans. Hola, mis amigos pasados. Yeah. I've seen Stakeland? I did. I actually really like it. First movie's good. Second movie's a little terrible. If you were the casting director, who? I don't know. What woman do you think would look good naked? That quite literally is just what it amounts to. I was thinking about becoming a welder or electrician. Do they make really good money? Hesitant to take the plunge. Oh yeah, they make good money. Welders, you can get specialized positions at factories. You can make buku bucks. You work long, but buku bucks. Outcomes raised when the U.S. government at the very inception put down a rebellion, Whiskey's rebellion, then yeah, the U.S. can do malicious shit and get away with it. Yeah. Jenna Ortega? She's not the worst. Not that America's bad, is that our current battle theory is shit against insurgents. Homie, I don't know what to tell you. That is also by design. American generals go out of their way to study war so they don't win. Scarlett Johansson? 30 years ago, Scarlett Johansson, sure. Because you have to understand, she's starting to get kind of old. And in college for a music degree, I already fucked up. You can become a studio musician. Not like in a band musician, but like a studio musician. Those do good. First semester of college was a shit show because of the pandemic. Yeah. No less doomer pill about America. As stated, a lot of it comes down to people thinking, "Oh, I'm so smart than I'm so much smarter than America." It's still the 2000s liberal mindset. They don't understand that true doomerism is understanding that no, a lot of America's greatest fuck-ups were completely on purpose. Like, when I hear Count Dankula go, like, oh, America fucks around in the Middle East and wonders why it has terror attacks, I'm literally beating my head against the wall going, like, you don't understand, motherfucker. All those terror attacks are being done by FBI informants who get money to do this shit from us. So the government wants to ban all militias? Yeah. Which everyone says the same thing. Alright, so this law is not actually about militias. It's going to be about gun ownership. People write into it, and yep, it's mainly about gun ownership. If they add an anti-cartel arc in Dragon Ball, number of cartel members will fall drastically. He's European, forgive his disability, yeah. Scarlett Johansson was 9 years old 30 years ago. I don't believe you. She's got to be in her 50s. She's got to be. That woman is mostly CGI and plastic. We'll forgive Dankula for he is British. You mean CIA informants, FBI, mass shooting in the U.S.? No, some of them are straight up FBI. The dude who did the Pulse shooting down in Florida, that one, his uncle was an FBI informant. Dankula doesn't understand how much the American government hates its citizens. He does, but he doesn't. Give Dankula between the balding, becoming a father, man's entering his boomer era. Yeah. She was born in 1989, so she is 39. You know what? Props to the makeup people, because she looks more fake than human. Who cares about Scarlett's face all by ass and tits? You will appreciate the face. It's like Butterface is a painful phenomenon. Because you see everything else, like, man, that's good. Then you look at the face, and it's like, oh, I'm so sorry. You see the X-Files spin-off pilot that predicted 9/11? Simpson stuff doesn't hold a candle to it. It really does. Okay, I do not know if I leveled up. I don't think so. Every government, to some degree, hates their citizens, yeah. Think they're so goddamn retarded sometimes feel like he got raped for the pug thing. No, I think it's the thing of, he's playing the character of, ooh, I hate the government so much, and he's kind of forgetting that, like, yeah, I mean, haha, it's all funny, but, like, legitimately, though. I kill for a big booty Latina. And there you go. It was funny, governments resent their citizens, not hate. Look up Waco and tell me that's not hate. The OVA genocide Oregon? Yeah. Yeah, it's good shit. And truly, red pill means accepting the government has been starting wars, making false flags, prop up wars, Spanish-American War to Vietnam, among other nefarious shit. Yep. Ruby Ridge, yeah. There's also been cases where the American government straight up bombed its citizens. It's like, these are things that happened. Have you heard the latest funny line from True Detective? What are that? Pancakes? Don't you white people season your food? How the fuck do I season pancakes? Yeah. No, you know what? I actually am going to ask. What the fuck does that mean, season pancakes? Movement, yeah. Waco, Ruby Ridge, Viper Militia, yeah. Wounded Knee, yeah. Reagan was balls deep in Iran-Contra, which directly propped up Mexican cartels to be as powerful as they are today. One of the reasons why whenever Shoto was like, oh, he was just an idiot, I'm like, no, he was smart, just in all the ways that were not beneficial. Zodiac for $1 is 2044, and Lolly's son comes home for Thanksgiving wearing a communist armband and his boyfriend Tyrone. That's when you hear the fall rack. Putting blueberries or pecan? That's not seasoning. Fantasy XIV won Dark Knight Quest last night. It's so good. The OST is awesome too. Like the main hub theme. Now I'm gonna level up my cute Dragon Girl Ninja Samurai. Yeah, it's good shit. This game's fantastic. Can America wipe out cartels? Yes, it is perfectly possible for us to completely destroy cartels, just like how we destroyed the Italian Mafia, just how we destroyed tons of other organizations in American history. It is very much possible. The problem is the fact that our government needs money for operations that don't technically exist, known as black operations. How do you pay for black operations? With money that doesn't technically exist. So they get cuts from cartels, because cartels are a billion-dollar industry. They make money. Drugs alone are a trillion-dollar industry. Not even talking about human trafficking. Not even talking about, identity theft. A chunk of the Indian economy are cell phone scams. The scam calls you get each day, where it's someone going like, "Hey, redeem Google Play card." That is a legitimate chunk of the Indian economy, and it's all an illegal industry. These are massive amounts of money being flowed to and from that the American government wants a chunk of, because guess what? I need to pay for something that I need to deny ever happened. So how do you do that? You don't use money that's officially allotted to you. So that's why whenever I hear the shit of, "Oh, well, you'll never destroy it. All you'll do is make a new market for it," I know that's bullshit. Because it's like, no, we could absolutely destroy it. The problem is the DEA, the FBI, Homeland Security, all these different organizations are specifically not fighting it. They don't want to fight it. Because why get rid of that cash cow? It's not a matter of, it's not a matter of it's impossible to stop. It's a matter of we're not even trying to stop it. We don't want to stop it. Do not redeem. Do not redeem. Give a new Alberta policy on that kids cannot transition until they're 18. Libs are pissed. Alberta is going to be the one to rescue Canada. The only reason I want weed to be legal is stop giving money to the cartel. It's still going to go to the cartel. Like, unless you can know exactly where that weed came from, it's probably going to still have some cartel involvement. Because cartels are in American states right now. They're up in Oregon and Washington right now running drug farms. That is an actual thing people are talking about. So it's a thing where unless you can guarantee it was ethically grown weed, it's still going to pay criminal organizations in some way. Breaking Bad lied to me. So honestly, the real answer is, if it's ever made legal, just grow your own shit, which is probably going to be cheaper anyway. By the way, Australia lifted the ban on TISO AAL. I can legally buy Incest RPG horror game. There you go. Also, Tuskegee anyone, and they say we should trust science and our medical institutions backed up by the powers that be. Yeah, right. Reagan created modern hood culture and made California gun laws the way they are. Mm-hmm. I could grow my own weed. Yeah, as stated. It's the Ted Nugent philosophy. You know where it came from. You grew it yourself. You killed it yourself. You know what you're putting in your body. Now, obviously, if you're able to get, like, CBD oil or something from, like, a store, and there's a literal company you can call and look up, yeah, that's safe to trust. It's just as stated. Be careful. Reagan created hood culture. That's a new one. Yeah. You think the DARE program stopped a single bit of drugs? As stated, he funded Iran-Contra. Who do you think gave crack to the black community in the 80s? And that's something they straight up admitted to. Here's the more practical, true conspiracy theories, but do esoteric, schizophrenic conspiracy theories ever entertain, convince you, like Jungar Drias civilization stuff? Some of them are cool, yeah. The ancient alien ones are some where you can look it up, and there's some of them where, like, you know what, that actually is really fascinating. Maybe the Aztecs genuinely thought they were sacrificing people to an actual sky god, or like an alien being they thought was a god, you know, stuff like that. MK Ultra, yeah. FBI and the CIA, yes. Quite literally, they admitted to it. It's an actual plot point in Narcos Mexico, because they had to go into the program that caused it. Now, fuck Reagan. His immigration reform led the way to the current situation on the border. Yeah. The greatest thing he ever did was convince people he gave a shit about America. You see the state of play? I did not. I know Death Stranding 2 got a new trailer, though. That's on white chocolate. It's too sweet. Hurts my teeth. Was that Reagan, or was it one of the... Was that more than black money shit? It's kind of both. Iran-Contra directly implicated Reagan, and he had Ollie North take the fall for him. And I stated, Iran-Contra was just the American government getting in bed with cartels. Used to enjoy conspiracy theories in the vein of camp ghost stories. Now they make me depressed because they're likely real. You can't even enjoy Sasquatch anymore because it's probably real. Dragon's Dogma 2 is going to have a DMC style switch. Okay, not going to lie, that's pretty fucking cool. Being able to switch jobs on the fly, that's pretty fucking cool. I don't believe we can end the drug trade, but if you absolutely slaughter cartels to a man, if we actually wanted to, the drug trade will not go away, but you have to fight it. It's like saying, well, there's no point in fighting murder because murder is never going to go away. It is still an aspect of human evil you do not let take root, because the damage it can cause is too much to let go. That's on ATF. Unconstitutional. Ollie North. Ollie North. Yeah. I ever listened to the song Ain't It Right by Marty Robbins? Multiple times. Main DMC style switch. From what the guy described, because this is going to be in Dragon's Dogma 2, it sounds like you can select maybe a handful of classes, maybe like 4 or 5, and switch to them on the fly in the middle of combat. That's what it sounds like. So you can go from being a ranger to a warrior to a mage, back to being a ranger, in the middle of a fight. I think that sounds really fucking cool. The street drugs you probably took. Probably killed a Colombian farmer and their families to get there, yeah. ATF, gay, no fun, police, yeah. Duterte was right. Wasn't Reagan suffering from dementia in the end of his term? I'm sure if his son was bad decision for taking advantage of him. That was second term Reagan. First term Reagan, he was fully within his faculties and 100% fell under malice. Putting Shadow and Sonic Generation for the original levels. That's kind of cool. Like Reagan incentivized businesses to get rid of pensions and long-term benefits to make employees constantly job seek, which caused businesses to stop training. Yeah. As stated, there's a lot of shit where if you look into it, Reagan was not doing that shit by accident. Say hypothetically, how cute would a federal agent have to be before you can move coke for her? They're extremely useful since so many endgame enemies in GG1 fuck your Chevalish had specific damage types. Yeah. So I think that'd be really cool. You can swap to different builds with different equipment on it. I think that'd be really cool. I'm a little worried that would make pawns a little redundant, but the only thing I can say to that is have the pawns do it too. Let the pawns also be able to style switch. Maybe more limited, like they can only do 2. Or like, oh yeah, they can do, they can swap twice. It's like, you know what, that would work. That would work. And I am actually in danger of dying. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Now we give it a sec to heal up here. There we go. How you deal with burnout on a video you were initially excited to make? I haven't really run into that yet. I mainly just go by, fuck it, persevere. If need be, leave for a while and get Taco Bell and come back. It is probably the most annoying, but probably least harmful of all 3 other agencies. Let's heavily disagree there. The other ones that can directly turn people into felons overnight. Or if it's a party-style switch. That would be cool, but that would also be a little convoluted. Because if the entire party, that would mean that the entire party would all need the same job. Seen the Racer's video about Lincoln? I did. It was pretty good. I did like the fact he hammered home the idea of, like, listen, General Sherman was not a good person. He didn't do this because he loved America. He did it because he wanted to kill people. So they can know what they're doing when they call the new game Sonic X Shadow. So many people will be traumatized when they search up the term. So anyway, Reagan did allow the neocons to take over the Republican Party here. I thought that was George W. Bush, but the more you know. Oh, he was in the party with him. George W. Bush was literally his fucking VP. Well, Senior Bush. Granted, Senior Bush tried to have him shot, but, you know, I think that was just Bush being Bush. Did I push some topic back to go to another one first? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's been multiple times. Because whenever a Berserk chapter comes out, that gets priority no matter what. That always gets priority. Was it least harmful of all the 3 other agencies? None. They all actively damage your life. Like, there's no least harmful because they're all basically offshoots of the fucking FBI and shouldn't exist. Was the ATF powerful? They're essentially a short bus kid, 3 letters. Yeah. Ever heard Heaven needed a champion as tribute song to Von Erich brother? Yeah. Because our system interrupt for Loli. Really are. Biggest lie boomers ever told was that Reagan was right wing. Yeah. That person plays the same game over and over without getting bored. That depends on the game, but yeah, absolutely. I played Bayonetta like God knows many different fucking times. They keep digging the PR nightmare as even the director started to respond to localization. Yeah, we talked about that. Where he's like, oh yeah, you know, we're proud to have our localizers right at the source. And in the same vein, Sega is currently laying off employees left and right. Talo is the only 3-letter that doesn't fuck me over. Yeah, there you go. Fun fact, FBI was supposed to be temporary. Haha, yeah, right. That's on the movie Furry. I haven't seen it. You watched DJ Peach Cobbler? I have not. I've always seen his thumbnails, though. What's your favorite Bayonetta game? That's hard. 2 has some really stellar gameplay, but some of the segments are a little too slow-paced, where it's like just walk around. You can kind of walk and talk a little bit, which kind of kills the pace. Bayonetta 1 is really fun. It's classic. 3, I have replayed the least, but I do not hate 3 like what everyone else says. Everyone else is like, man, fuck 3. 3 sucks. And I'm like, I like 3. Art direction was a little off, but I really like 3. I like all of the ideas in 3. Viola is a fun character. I genuinely like Viola. That's something a lefty YouTuber makes good porn supposed to total spurg. If they're lefty and they spurg, I usually disregard everything they say, because eventually you'll find out they're bullshitting. Like, just recently, a buddy of H-Bomber guy's guy by the name of Noodle just got outed as, like, literally editing the words a guy said in a video to make him sound worse than what he was actually saying. Would literally, like, go in, change the audio for the guy speaking, cut up his words to remove context and shit like that, but keep the video file the same so it looks like he's saying what he's saying, and thought he could get away with that. That kind of drunk meant Fury. Oh, Fury. Yeah, the movie's great. And something collabed with Vosh. All you need to know. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. It's like, no, that is my big thing of like, no. Mr. Child porn is the same thing as computer parts. Go fuck yourself. It's like, oh, but he has other things to say. I don't give a shit. Fuck off. Designing the human trafficking tolerance theory, i.e. governments using tolerance to traffic women and children below prying eyes connected to Watcher's cult. Oh yeah, 100%. Because that was the thing with the Finders documents being released, where the Finders, actual cult investigated by the fucking FBI, looked into, and all that was connected to that infamous story about a school having tunnels under the building that would go there and molest children. And the media played it off as like, oh, they're all crazy. The kids are talking about how they were molested by Chuck Norris. Isn't that so wild? Cut 30 years later, and the Finders tunnels were fucking real. It's like, yes, this actually did happen. Didn't know Noodles was buddies with H-Bomber? Yeah. Ever seen the movie Amoris Perils? That was something someone's recommended, and I have looked it up before. I haven't sat down to watch it, though. Wait, Chuck Norris? Yeah. The media at the time when the Finders tunnels came out, it wasn't the Finders, but it was a school in the South. There were kids talking about how they were being taken underground in tunnels and molested by teachers. People took it seriously because, like, hey, what the fuck is up with this? And they had the kids talk to. Well, surprise, surprise, some of the therapists that talk to the kids will come out and say, oh yeah, you know, there's some weird shit going on, we should probably look into this. And you had media story after media story about how the therapists were leading the children into answers and accepting stuff like Chuck Norris molested me as proof. Now, obviously, that would make you think, well, the therapists are pieces of shit. They're manipulating these kids for their own gain and to look, like heroes. Cut to the finder's documents being outed, where they did directly say the tunnels under the school are real and they were connected to an actual cult in the area that would kidnap and molest children. Expo did a video on it. Yes, he also tried to say it was fake. The only one that covered it and was willing to admit, yes, it's real, was Medicare. Because he went through the fucking documents. Some morning gamer stream with Boss Chu was sad to see. And that was something to where when we were going back and forth on Twitter, where he was doing this whole like, oh, if you like Lolly, you should go to jail. I really wish I knew that at the time. Because that would have been just the ultimate like, dude, you fucking streamed with Bosch. Wasn't proven until 92, correct? Way later, but yeah. Adam something unironically wants people to live in the pod and eat the bugs. He's insanely anti-car to the point he hates anything with wheels and an engine, and even electric. Yeah, that's bullshit. Guarantee he has a car. They never live by their own standards. Not one. I guess tweeting they're distributing physical copies of Suicide Squad game. That's funny. So did Chuck Norris molest those kids? No, as stated, it was just one of the exaggerated stories they threw out to make it all sound ridiculous. But it was not ridiculous. It was tied to an actual cult in the area. You gonna say watch Medicare's coverage instead in Expo? Yeah, like Medicare just fucking reads the documents. I hope H. Palmer gets delayed for being in DYKJ's deleted Mario speedrun episode. His fan base every now and again does learn of what he did during the Medicare days, where he was part of the trolling group, and they do make huffs about it. But he's always able to kind of coast through it. Same thing with Pizzagate news. Latch onto the craziest theories of the time to evaluate claims. Yeah, and it pisses me off when people just kind of blindly take it and they go like, no, but, you know, see, they're denying it because they don't want to admit it's true. Like, my parents frustrate the fuck out of me with that. Whenever a new theory comes out, they always latch onto the crazy people, without fail. When Pizzagate happened, my dad was all into the, no, that pizza place is shady. It's fucking shady, man. There's fucking weird shit. And I said, why would they go to a pizza place to molest kids? And they go, no, but there's weird shit. And it's like, why would they go to a pizza place to molest kids? The question at the time is, why are they speaking in code? It's not literally pizza. When Maui happened, just recently with the Maui fires, he was talking about direct energy weapons, where it's like, no, they used a laser. There were cars there that weren't even fucking touched. And I point blank asked him, how the fuck does that work with fire? It's like, no, these are bullshit. These are theories spread to make you sound crazy. QAnon's a fed up. He was deep into QAnon. He denies to this day, oh no, I never really bought into that bullshit. He was subscribed to guys literally named QAnon. Why pizza place? Because it was the easiest thing to throw people off. When you look at the Podesta emails, they were specifically speaking in code. They were using phrases like cheese pizza, which is famously code for child porn. And you remember, these are a bunch of rich Washington elites. They're not ordering fucking Domino's for their parties. You know, that kind of thing. So the obvious thing is they're speaking in code and they don't want people to know what's being talked about, which is child porn. Because of that, yeah, there we go. QAnon 60 where Alex Jones failed the public, yeah. But because of that, there was a mass shooting incident, and I put that in massive air quotes, where a guy walked into a pizza place with an AR-15 and shot one round into the restaurant, which conveniently hit the computer with the hard drive in it, and left. Do I believe they were molesting kids in the pizza restaurant? No. Do I believe the pizza restaurant was tied to it? Yes. I believe they were a child porn network that would, like, buy and sell images, that kind of thing. Like in Sound of Freedom, when they had the whole network of like, buying and selling all that, that's what I think they were tied to, at most. They were not the main guys. They were just a part of it. That Green Tech channel called Chess covered the Watchers, human trafficking tunnels, Epstein Island, Mark II, YouTube, it seems, think he got bored. Yeah, there you go. Oh, God, does he believe in Jewish space lasers, MTG spread? He was talking about space lasers, yes. I misspelled, it wasn't Adam something, the biker that was not just bikes, equally retired, but more extreme than him. Yeah. Don's a legitimately Democrat op to make Trump voters sound insane. Yes, that's why whenever I hear about new conspiracy theory, I'm always like in the more grounded. It always sounds like I'm blaming the same factors over and over again because a lot of time those factors are true. It's always about money, and it's always about it's always simple stuff. It's about money. Who is paying who? Because money runs the world. At the end of the day, money is what motivates everything. So if it's something that would get in the way of them making money, that's not why they're doing it. If it's something that gets in the way of them having control, that's not why they're doing it. You know? And also, it's just Occam's razor, you know? Why would... It's the thing with Sandy Hook. I never bought into the theories of Sandy Hook being faked, because it comes down to the classic question of why would they go out of their way not to kill kids? Feds have CP they use for entrapment. They can download CP on your computer and rush for it. Dude, when we were drinking with the Army Bros, there was one Army Bro who, you know, obviously I need to talk in even more vague terms considering what that motherfucker got up to. He was involved with some of the not quite intelligence, but next door to intelligence shit when he was deployed. And he straight up told us, no uncertain terms. This is what he asked. Like, do you want to know what we spam on Taliban frequencies? He gave us a second. He said, child porn. We spam fucking child porn on their frequencies. And we all just kind of went, yeah, we kind of assumed, but hearing it confirmed sends a chill up your spine. That motherfucker had demons he was trying to get out of him. Why would they not kill kids? That's good. Yeah. It's the operative question. The pizza place also have an artwork that was a bit telling, to say the least, but yeah, definitely a bit ludicrous. Yeah. It had artwork, and the owner himself had some major red flags, but I think if you look at the Podesta emails and immediately relate that to it's a literal pizza place, you are stupid. You are stupid. These are people that live on Martha's Vineyard. Why the fuck would they... Why would they go to a public pizza place? He saw horrible things. He saw horrible things. Jesus Christ, yeah, right? Also, Sega just announced the harassment policy. They got roasted. People call it Sega. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Feds do have CP. Yes. That poor guy, I hope it doesn't destroy him. No. He's doing all right, but he definitely needed that night to vent. He got out of that area, and he was like, I'm not going back to those motherfuckers. He's doing his own thing now. He's still in the army, but he's doing his own thing. He's away from that field. That's when Walter P38 is the gun Lupin III uses. It's good shit. It's Kino. Why would they spread CP on Taliban frequencies? Psychological warfare. You know, you disrupt their frequencies, and they have to hear a kid get raped. I remember almost turned into the next David Stay. Yeah. Worked for a lot of veteran stuff, and there's a bunch of fucked up stuff the military made them do on lies, incompetence, and bad fucking luck. Yeah. That's some fucked up psychological warfare. Because it's fucked up, it's psychological warfare. They're remaking The Witcher and they might remove outdated content. Supposedly, they're just talking about combat. They're just talking about combat. We don't know for sure, but it might just be combat. Sometimes feel bad for the 4 people of the FBI who actually think they're too good, like Emily Blunt's character from Sicario. Yeah, be how it be. Shit, end of the stick. And Buckbreaking Tariq said making people not care for their children is a way to kill society. Not gonna lie, Tariq actually has some moments of genius in between all of his, you know, insanity. I would Sega introduce a harassment policy because they just suffered major economic failures, so they are desperately trying to suckle at the ESG tit even as it's running dry. No wonder I think they were great Satan shit. Yeah. Oh, Dark Knight Questline 14 so much, it's so fucking good. It's Army Bro enlisted or officer? This Army Bro is enlisted. There is another one who is an officer. He also went through some shit, but it was just more in the general sense of some guys he was with died, and it kind of fucked him up. Which, you know, very, very fair. Oh, Taliban makes that shit come to life. Russia, Iran, and China will have a field day with that shit. Yeah, right? Well, I mean, everyone kind of knows they do it. Everyone knows they do it. So it's just kind of an unwritten rule if nobody talks about it. Remember a Las Vegas shooter brother overnight gained terabytes of CP in his Windows 95 computer after he started talking about his brother would never do such a thing? Yeah, very, very interesting. Specifically, he was talking about how, yeah, my brother was comped and everyone loved him at the casino. Everyone knew who he was. And then people started going, well, then how the fuck do you get all those guns up there? That must be the reason why Yakuza is seemingly dumbing down localization stuff. Oh, yeah, 100%. As stated, when a company loses a bunch of money and starts going broke, that's when they suckle a DSG. Is vegetarian pizza code for cripple porn? I assume so. DSG really didn't last very long. Nevertheless, it seems to have metaphorically dropped a space colony on consumer trust. Oh, yeah. And it's still not over yet. It's still going. It's just now it's all advisement companies. Which, them going from major corporations that pay you to advisor companies, that seems like a step in the right direction. Because smaller scale means potential for big fuck up. Does seem CVPR also announced they're a part of the SG, but I'm not sure if Witcher 1 remake will fall to a dumbed down remake. We just don't know. We just don't know. She was doomed to fail. Anything that has free money is something that feeds the bottom up. Yep. Yeah, she lasted 10 years. About, but as stated, it's still going. It is still going, so that's why you keep an eye on this shit. Keep an eye on this shit. Make sure to still... If you notice the... if you notice Axe Body Spray is talking about ESG shit, buy generic cologne, which means better than Axe Body Spray anyway, but, you know. Mushroom Pizza be code for midget porn. See Fate Stands coming to Steam and Switch? Yeah. Call it out when it gets a new name. Yep, now they're trying to call it Bridge. Shame I like a lot of Sega IPs, but if they die, they die. Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah. Would not be the first time. Which one hopefully won't be stuck as Eurojanky? I like Old Spice. Old Spice is pretty good. We still have Sweet Baby. Hopefully they'll shut down soon. With Sweet Baby, every time I look at that company, I look at the people involved with it, and I look at what they do. I don't believe it's going to be a case of they lose money. I think it's going to be a massive and major sex scandal. Something about them is going to come out, and you're going to find out they were the blizzard of advisor companies. It's going to be rape room after rape room. I had the Puerto Rican Axe Body Spray shower phase during my college freshman year. It smells nice. It smells nice enough for what it is. As long as you don't stink like monkey ass, that's all that matters. For a Witcher Zero Jank, it's more charming. I would be okay with them fixing one combat. I would be okay with fixing one's combat. CPL and Taliban frequency shit sounds weird because our enemies know they're hypocrites and will be that. Just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, no, that's a generalization. It does fuck with them. It does fuck with them, and that's why they do it. You know, you're looking for any amount of just shock value, this gets under your skin thing to fuck with the head of the enemy. Because not all of them are pedophiles. And that one you freak out might be a guy that's important to freak out. That's basically the entire idea. You're betting on eventually it cracks even the hardest motherfucker. You surprised Sweet Baby turned out to be pedo? Just look at their name and those trans flags. Yeah, just saying. Wouldn't that make him want to fight you more? It's demoralization. You do what you can to make it seem like you are terrifying. Best way to describe it, I guess, is really just Apocalypse Now with Kurtz. You show that you are willing to go to any length to stop them, and they will eventually freak out. There we go. We want our enemies use this as anti-American propaganda. Because as stated, everybody does it. Everybody does it. Everybody uses their own form of psychological warfare. There's more ways to show you're terrifying than CP. Hey man, I didn't come up with a program. Axe Body Spray, the Senna Hair Gel, Xbox Mountain Dew, and Stalking. The Christian Express. If one of those motherfuckers goes hold my beer. See, it proves to me there's just people who have no soul. Yeah. Doesn't Sweet Baby's logo have a pedo symbol? I don't know anything about that. Guerrilla warfare in itself is psychological warfare, yeah. I mean, to be fair, if everything make propaganda of, that's pretty worthy of saying America's a shithole. Yeah. But it amounts to A, you have to prove it, and B, you have to get people to give a shit, because as far as the rest of the world's aware, you are a disgusting terror group that rapes women and rapes kids and does all the same shit. So you have to find a way to get your message out there, get proof that's happening, and get people to go, well, you're just a bunch of fucking hypocrites. I mean, that's quite literally what it amounts to. It's like, no, it shouldn't be happening, but what are you going to do about it? Samurai Bear for $1. Oh yeah, Lolly had a repeat your Twitter argument on evil, but instead of fictional races not being evil, it was evil not existing in real life. Yeah, I know, dumb to learn, to even entertain. Oh yeah, it's stupid. And here, I'm going to move the band. Oh, wrong one. Going to move this up so it's not in the way of the text box. Because it would be good to get the character names and all that. Doop. Yeah, Sex Panther, 60% of the time, it works every time. Making sure I got all my pings here. Okay, we're good. I refuse. Some divisions leave corpses mutilated in the street and hanging by their neck from overpasses and street lights. Yeah. Anything to fuck with your head. Because much you say, like, oh, they wouldn't even care, oh, they'd enjoy that. No. That sticks in your head. Seeing a dead body sticks in your head. Hearing a kid get raped sticks in your head. Those are traumatic events that will forever be in the back of your mind, even if it's in your subconscious. It's why they do that. What cologne is your lolly? I still have the cologne I got from Japan. It kind of smells like apricots. I like it. So Moss is nothing new? Not by any means. Also, Frame went nuts and killed a bunch of people. Sweet Baby's logo is a spiral lollipop, and apparently spirals are a pedo thing. I don't know if the connection is intentional. Their logo made me think they would need babies. I don't know. Stuff like that, stuff like the symbolism, I tend to kind of write off as like, I need a more direct connection. Also, yeah, Frey's a walking corpse. Do you see Putin has declared the sale of Alaska to America in 1867 illegal and demands all Americans leave or be forced out? I think he's bluffing, but Putin's proved he doesn't think. Oh, he's totally bluffing. That would literally kick off World War III. Like the egg cracking thing? Yeah. Enemies are hypocrites who are lie about history and never including them knows it. It's good for propaganda. I just don't get why they're not using it. Well, as stated, you know, you have to find a way to get your message out there and get people to care. Because if you don't have proof of it, they just go, you're making that up. It is Taliban propaganda. Is 30 considered young or old today? Both. Also, yeah, Frey was our beast of darkness. I am not kidding. It is literally our beast of darkness. Better to use the fear of World War III than to start it. Yeah. They make shit up all the time for propaganda. Yeah, and that's what fucks them in the ass. Because if people go, well, you're making it up again this time, they have nothing. Them being dishonest does not help them here. We're saying Putin is stupid, don't realize he's leading them by the nose. Putin's caused so much damage by creating a meat grinder in the world, we're throwing money in it to fight him. Well, the thing is, people keep assuming Putin's not part of the same party. He literally goes to their parties. This isn't a thing like President of Argentina going to the fucking WEF and making fun of them and giving speech about how they're all evil and is showing that he's not part of them in any way he can. Putin goes to their parties. He fucks their whores. He's part of the same group. He's pretending to be the bad guy because you need to have a bad guy for the military-industrial complex. Like, the war in Ukraine's a literal fucking money laundering operation. Putin's a fall man, yes. He is the heel. He is the WWE bad guy here to choke slam Donald Trump through the table and you know, spit in Vince McMahon's face. He's a performer. How's it going? It's pretty good. We got to the really cool twist in the Dark Knight quest. People forgetting Putin works as a spy for the KGB? Yeah. I've heard some people go like, oh, that means he knows how they think and he doesn't like it. It's like, no, that means he's part of them. That's on Zelensky. He is a puppet. Yeah, I felt Ukraine war was a controlled war. It's always been. It's been a fucking, it has been a hilarious stalemate for, like, over 3 years now. Okay. Yeah, I forgot I was supposed to fight Anguish, too. Okay. Here we go. Agent for $2, crazy how you hate Andrew Tate, but he says this. No. You want to know why? Because Andrew Tate's part of the same fucking group. You know, he is the guy they send as the foot soldier to lead all the people that are asking these questions down the dumbass roads. Like, Andrew Tate's not fucking saying shit. He's cashing his fucking check. The Deadwing Dork streamed my content in the last few days. Best roast ever. I was laughing my ass off. Yeah, there you go. He can be a funny dude. Tate's a Fed. Literal human trafficker that's somehow not in prison. Wanna know why? Because he's a fucking federal asset. Andrew Tate's doing a crypto scam less than a year earlier, so he wouldn't get involved with that stuff. Yeah, there you go. I don't think he's bluffing. I also don't think World War III is coming. If Putin made the order to invade, he'd be killed. Putin's old and stressed out for 2 years. Ego's challenged. His ego's not challenged. He is playing the part. He is playing a performer. This is not real. Like, these proxy wars he's starting off are not real. They're specifically used to push globo homo interests. He doesn't give a fuck if he gets Ukraine or not, because now it's just a permanent battlefield. It's a permanent battlefield where arms manufacturers and defense contractors get to make a bunch of money. You think Trump and Milieu give you hope for the future? I think so. Physics exists for a reason, and they've always been right when they say that there cannot be action without an equal and opposite reaction. There is no way to have an event occur that does not in some way spark a consequence that will match that event equally. So the idea of we are just supposed to sit in a 1984-esque global dystopia where nothing will ever get better ignores the fact that that's not reality. The whole point in 1984 is they were ignoring reality. They were going out of their way to ignore reality, even as the situation in Oceania got worse and worse. It's like, that's not how the real world works. There's always going to be an outside force that will push the party to the absolute limit, and it will either adapt or it will break. There we go. There's always been Putin's dying and wants to go out with a bang. As stated, he's just part of the global homo. He is just part of it all. He goes to their parties. He literally goes to their parties. You can see it. Does Brianna Wu try to get ahead of the pendulum and distance himself from the cancel pigs and try to sound moderate? Yeah, literally talking about the far left and grifting like fucking Tim Pool. So Bloober Team, a studio that have never made a game of combat show, but they never made one? Yeah. Seen the old DC cartoons? I think it'd be a good video series. Yeah, very good shit. He's one of the boys, yeah. Not anymore in Eastern Europe, Africa, Middle East. What's left? Yeah. Permanent destabilization so the regime in charge can stay in power under emergency acts. Since the video of Trump in the 90s, 2000s, glad to see he kept the same beliefs. Yeah. Putin's willing playing an agreed-upon role as well as John Merschelheimer. I don't give a shit who John Merschelheimer is. There's a noted ego, and he's throwing in global homo and playing heel. It's very clear he does not like it. Nah, I think he perfectly likes it. Like I said, it's a thing of, you look at the way Russia and Ukraine's gone down, it just has to come to incompetence. It's like America and Vietnam. They have the power to win. Why are they not winning? The obvious excuse is, well, because everyone else in the West props up Ukraine. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Ukraine's been complaining left and right. They're not getting their money. They're not getting their guns. Why are they not winning? And it's because Putin does not want to win. Like, it is a thing where the population of Russia and the resources they have on hand completely outclass Ukraine. Now, obviously, Ukraine has a shitload of guns from gun runners. They have a shitload of influence from the West and things like that. But it also comes down to the fact that every single story coming from the Russian side is incompetence. Incompetent leadership sending incompetent people to die in incompetent battles. So that raised the question of, is it incompetence or is it malice? Because it has been about 3 years of this shit now, and it's not changed a bit. It is still a stalemate. I have to ask where the hell did Putin's base claims come from, even when, especially from TradCons? Because they're paid. There are paid influencers specifically there to get people down bad roads. It's why I did not like Andrew Tate the minute I heard about him, because that's exactly what his job is. Oh, shit. His job is specifically to get you down a road you're not supposed to be going down. I want that military-industrial complex money. Russia bombed its own troops multiple times. Yes. Okay, we seriously need to repair this, so I'm going to go back to... I'd honestly explain some things now that I think about it. Okay, now here, let's go with Thanalan. Literally back to trench warfare, yeah. Hitting the nail on the head, Russian military is a series of average soldier problem where their regular troops are poorly equipped. Yeah. As anyone mentions tradition, if you're growing a virgin before marriage, she ain't that traditional. Does everyone want to join a merc group like merc groups back in Africa, fall in hand, knees deep in the mud and screams? Fuck no. I accept the inevitability of war. I'm not a pro-war person. Was Givy and Yevgeny were still alive, all the cool dudes go first. Quite literally. They make sure to kill them first. Think something will happen in the future that will really rock the boat someday? I don't know. I really don't. I still operate off the idea of if there's ever going to be a shakeup, it's not going to be a war or a conflict, because that's what these people like. It's going to be somebody asking where the fucking money is. It's going to be investors demanding their pay. You know, it's going to be people going, no, I'm sick of waiting. Where the fuck is the money you owe me? That's what's going to rock shit. Elves or dwarves? Elves. If I had to pick, dwarves are cool, but I would rather fuck an elf than a dwarf. I believe it's been 3 years since the start of the Ukraine war. Nothing's come from it. I don't agree 100% with what you're saying, but you make a fair point. Yeah, it's something you realize the more you pay attention to it. At first, it genuinely looked like Ukraine was going to win. Then, out of nowhere, everything just sputtered. It sputtered and started spinning its wheels, and now it's a case of like, wait, it's still going on? And at that point, if you ask that question, you look into why. Then you start remembering, oh, that's right, America was in Afghanistan for like 20 fucking years. There we go. So now our equipment's working and not broken. Okay, optimize some more shit. Let's go ahead and repair once more. This is the consequence of power leveling. You kind of end up, you know, forgetting what you need. There we go. You're estimating Russian military competence. Their ship's guns can't turn. And their reservists get rusty AKs from the 60s. Yeah, the question is why. You know, that's not incompetence. That dips into full-blown, they don't give a shit if they win or not. Because, I mean, average day peacetime, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, you know, corruption, incompetence, they're not used to going to war. They specifically have guys who have been in there since the Soviet Union in leadership positions, and they can't supply their guys. It's like, no, this is something where they don't want to win. You turn $5 again, real political, you worried you'll be popped? Pfft, no. Got some level 50 Dark Knight gear and weapon I crafted if you want it. No, we're good, we're good. I don't plan on sticking with Dark Knight. I mainly just want to show you guys the story of it, so I'll power level to show you guys the story of it. But my main on this one's going to be Gunbreaker, because I want to see how Gunbreaker differs in the higher level stuff compared to Dark Knight. I'm just showing you the Dark Knight story, because Dark Knight story is really fucking cool. That's on Gopniks. I still don't really know what Gopnik is. I always thought it was just a slur for foreigners. I had a coworker who genuinely in America didn't go to Afghan until 2001. Yeah. A lot of people, when I made the Generation Kill video and I talked about, yeah, there's been people in Afghanistan since the fucking 90s. There are people are like, oh, no, they didn't. That started with the Afghan war. That started with 9/11. It's like, no, it didn't. See, social rioting and chaos happening more than outright war. Social rioting is what they want. Once again, if it's something they've specifically been bankrolling, that's not the solution to fixing it. It's something they cannot control that will do it. And that's not rioting. That's not social unrest. It's going to be money. Money is always what changes things, because money runs everything else. More than oil, more than anything. Because if you don't have money, how do you buy the oil to keep you running in the first place? That is how this entire system works. It is based off money. Are you familiar with who Givy was? Bits and pieces. I don't know too much about Soviet stuff. Putin's loving it, a front to send dissonance and political enemies to die, consolidating his power and influence foreign business leads. Countries that relied on Russia oil are now screwed. Yeah. Read the new James Bond comic written by Garth Ennis. They do a "you people" joke. I might check that out. Garth Ennis and James Bond. I'm curious what he. I'm curious. I want to see what he does. You gotta give me my money. Where's my money, man? Yeah. Right, people forgot about the early Afghan war. You even have movies about it. Yeah. There have been multiple times where the shit we see today could have been ended. Once again, FF14 stream comes about politics, not complaining, just think it's funny. Yeah. Yeah. Not even doing it on purpose. All military's money in Russia goes to one of the oligarchs' fourth mansion, ninth yacht. Yeah. Everyone forgets Russia's mainly oligarchs. There we go. I'll be honest, I think the scary thing is how many elites have secret bunkers. I think they realize how quickly stuff's falling apart and don't care, so they expect to sit out. Yeah, I definitely think so. Like, I think they are anticipating some kind of big pop. The question is what? I don't think it'll be anything like nuclear bombs. I definitely think it's something where, like, hey, if the entire country goes into a fucking depression, they know where you live. Because, I mean, yeah, if everyone doesn't have money and they're out of work, what's to stop them from just killing everybody? It's like, hey, there's that rich asshole that was on TV telling me the economy wasn't that bad. I'm gonna lynch that motherfucker. So yeah, we just need to repair our shit and optimize our equipment. There we go. I like talking politics and I share the same view as someone, but I like talking about Final Fantasy more. Got measures of Russian subculture at low-class use. Oh, okay, okay. So basically, you know, like English laddies and, you know, American white trash. Yeah. Shit goes down in the States, would you stay and fight or go to Argentina when the sun shines? I don't think it'll be anything like fighting. I think it'll just be a period of time of years where shit sucks, and depending on what state you're in, you're gonna feel it a lot harder than others. Solar flare? I don't think it's anything that dramatic. I think it's literally just one bad day of debt. You know, all these companies are announcing layoffs left and right. The media has been desperately trying not to talk about how many companies are performing layoffs, how many people have been, you know, swept away. They're trying to push it as like a normal thing of like, oh, this happens all the time. This happens all the time. It's like every other week now. You know, there's some major corporation losing people. Journalists have been getting fired left and right. Sega SD, they announced losing localizers. ESG, you know, BlackRock, ESG lost what was the number? $4 trillion in the span of like 4 years. Like an insane amount of money under a very short amount of time. There's been talk about trying to supplement ESG with taxpayer money. Those have never been passed, so that wouldn't work. 5 billion? No, it's trillion. It is trillion. That's why, yeah, 5 trillion to 40 trillion. Yeah, BlackRock lost 5 trillion in 2 years. Yes, that's why when I heard that, it's like, okay, that's serious. Like, billion is one thing. There have been companies that lost billions that are able to bounce back. Trillions is literally entire nations' debts. Electrician shutting off the power to the bunkers. Yeah, there you go. Someone has to keep that bunker powered. Someone has to fill the generator, motherfucker. Elbit Systems recently layoffs. Elbit Systems, Evergrande, the big Chinese real estate conglomerate we've been talking about, are now in the liquidation phase of bankruptcy. They're chopping the company to pieces and selling it. Glad ESGs are losing a lot more money. People were really worried they'd fuck up the housing market, gone repair, but now there's hope. Yeah. We're about to berserk all over the place. We have to accept our sad bunny beast of darkness. Probably be a civil war, but it'll be played off as a bunch of far-right militias causing trouble. As stated, how the media reacts to it all is going to be interesting. Really glad SNK got bought by the Saudis. Wouldn't want companies cut up, less consolidation. Well, they don't have a choice. They have to cut it to pieces. Dark side of the warrior rabbit. Let's be friends and be better together, beast of darkness. So to make it clear, you went insane and murdered a bunch of people in a rage state if you play Dark Knight. Tekken 8 is Saudi? No, it's a SNK. Stop making me do this. I'm beginning to hope. That's why, that's why I keep saying, don't get blackpilled. Because what people are doing is working. It's just the fact that people want immediate overnight solutions. They want shit where, well, this was supposed to work, by the end of the week. This was supposed to work by the end of the week. And they don't see that a lot of the groundwork to a major upheaval is staring them in the face. All these layoffs happening, all these colleges losing money, all these companies losing money. Chinese birth rates are, barely a fraction of the rest of Asia. South Korea is even worse, but China in particular is pretty bad. All of these factors coming together. Okay, wages of mercy. Yeah, we gotta do this to get our actual trainer. But all of these factors coming together, there's no way on God's green earth that ends well. Not as in oh, the world's so fucked. I mean, this system they have in place specifically, and I mean, now she's all covered up, it's funny. And I mean specifically, the status quo we see now is very, very rocky. Media's been fear-mongering about far-right militias for decades. What would they do if not to hide a civil war? Yeah. Speaking of, it seems like Hasbro's going to sell Wizard of the Coast, a company that owns D&D and Magic the Gathering, Tencent. Yeah. Which shows right there. So even though Baldur's Gate 3 was really, really popular, they fucked over the company that made Baldur's Gate 3, by the way, and D&D has exploded into the mainstream, it's still not profitable enough for Hasbro to justify, and they're selling it off. So when D&D goes super woke and talks about oh, we're gonna allow disabled people and remove racial bonuses and do all this stuff, that's all cope because they lost so much money. Twitter weirdos are mad at PewDiePie because of his video about him learning to draw. Yeah, and he actually got pretty good at it. Alpha Omega, $5. You see RGG director got absolutely pillared for Simpic for localized ratio to hell and back. Sega could be next casualty. Well, yeah, I already talked about that. Sega lost a shitload of money recently because of hyenas, where they lost $1 billion in a single project alone, and it basically killed Creative Assembly. So now they have to suckle at ESG. Oh shit. They have to suckle on ESG in order to in any way make their money back. But they're doing it at a time when ESG is not able to pay them back, and they've had to let go a large number of employees. A lot of them are localizers. Iron wants a piece to make another one. Yeah. Most Total War players are paying for it. Yeah. They realize they were actually the vocal minority instead of the silent majority. Yeah. Games remake some of those great Sega Saturn RPGs. Sucks Knitter is dead. I'm a fan of your shit posts and shit flings on Twitter. Yeah. Yeah, she's running dry. As stated, BlackRock was one of the big bankrollers of it, and they lost $4 trillion in 2 years. So think of it like this. The biggest name involved with ESG who bankrolls it lost trillions. What's everybody else paying in? Well, spam $2. Hasbro made a statement that they're not exited out. Boomers so afraid of dying is like they genuinely think the cure of death is just inches away and are so afraid of not making it. That's why they capped out the media figures. That sounds about right. Also, say hello to Guts. I'm not kidding. This guy's just Guts. Welcome to your actual Dark Knight trainer. 10 will collapse soon like Evergrande. A lot of games will be free. Clapping more. You streaming P3 Reload right now. I'm here for you.
He turned us into fucking
Besides, no matter what you believe, they'll still bend sideways and lie straight to your face so they get voted in and lying in their pocket and screwing people with economic oppression. Because a lot of those people that claim to be on opposite sides are literally part of the same party. Never forget, 2020, after they fucked over Trump, Lindsey Graham fist bumped Kamala Harris. Dr. Homicide for $2. Should I use Twitter? Do you like fighting people? He's berserking. Yeah. Most pixie guts I ever saw. Technically, he's one of the dragon people. Sorry, my first playthrough of Disco Elysium as a by-the-books detective. It's good shit. As soon as I'm done with the Stalker video, I'll be able to do Disco Elysium. Which, by the way, Stalker video, I'm about halfway done. Watching the dogs has been a bit more of a pain in the ass than intended because they are very, very needy. When they know people are out of the house for an extended period of time, they get really, really anxious about who else is in the house, and they will stick by your leg the whole fucking time. So it makes it kind of hard to work because you gotta make sure that they calm down enough to eat, because they will literally just sit there and veg on a couch without eating because they're so worried about the fact someone's not home, and they're like, no, I can't eat yet. You're not the person who feeds me. It's the other person that feeds me. I can't eat yet. They'll literally act like that. So you gotta calm them down and be like, hey, it's time to eat and all that. But yeah, I'm still working on it, and it's still working. It's just my hope is either late Friday / early Saturday. Lindsey Graham fisted Kamala Harris. Fist bumped her. There's literally a video of them fist bumping each other after Joe Biden got in. Can't fix your needy dogs. You cannot. You can only adjust. You can only adjust. How many players of 14 are there overall, out of curiosity? Overall, there's a lot of people who play this game. Especially after World of Warcraft shat its pants and kind of died for that little bit before WoW Classic ended up kind of, bringing them back. But, a lot of players, I think over 1 million. There are a shitload of people who play 14. Just download your channel. I'm loving content, especially Berserk. Oh, discover your channel. Yee. My dogs are hungry, boys. They'll eat anytime. As stated, you have to calm them down and remind them that they're on a schedule in order for them to eat. And sometimes they don't even care about that. So it's like, I really don't want to go an entire day without feeding you because I feel like a really bad pet owner if I do that. 14 has so many WoW refugees. Yeah. Are there a bunch of bot retards spamming song lyrics in chat? I don't know. See the video of Ilhan Omar literally admitting she is a subverter and loyal to her home country of Somalia, calling the president of Somalia president. Yeah, and people are calling for her to be removed and deported. And it's funny because people are trying to say she's racist, and they're literally just pulling the literal law that says a politician cannot hold loyalty to another nation. And they try to counter with, well, how many politicians in D.C. are loyal to Israel? And one of my favorite was seeing one of the more spicy boys on Twitter go, yes, how many indeed? I'm ignoring my messages. Been adding you for the past 10 minutes. I'm not seeing any messages, dude. Is an average person's height in capacity of 2 giants? Yeah. Well, no, she in particular is tiny. The elf girl is just small. Which class do you think Trump mains in 14? Probably samurai. I don't know dogs, but I do have really needy cats. Who always beg for food and attention. One will slam his head into my hand to pet him, and he wants attention despite being afraid of me most times. Yeah, cats are always weird like that. They're always very neurotic. And she is Puck. More like his Casca. Casca mixed with Shrike. It's not like an expressly... It's weird. You'll see. I'm gonna leave him pretty black pill. Could you give me a white pill to go back to bed with, please? Well, I stated, all the companies pushing all the shit to ruin your life are currently undergoing massive financial difficulties. Trump J6 case was just removed from the D.C. Court docket. Discord link invite. Email me. Trump means machine Machinist. No way he's playing Samurai. Yeah. I think this is still technically part of a sequence. I'm pretty sure. Or this is just a really common bug. I don't remember. I'll give it a little bit. There we go. There we go. So she been raped? No, but her backstory is legitimately really sad. Okay. This came home from an interview, just got done for speeding. Fuck me. But Israel's quote-unquote ally. We need to have loyalty to our allies like a bunch of fucking idiots. You disable the HUD? No. Okay, we gotta be level 52. Okay, so we gotta be 2 more levels, which should be easy enough. That's some supplementary material that explains a world or lore like side books. Sir, before it when it's explained in the main series. I don't really like it because it's always lazy. It's always lazy. Okay. So let's do... I don't remember if Keeper of the Lake... Is this just a boss fight or is Snowcloak a dungeon? Oh, we'll do this one. Not gonna try to see a super chat. I mean, it's not gonna happen. YouTube won't let me super chat anymore. As stated, sometimes it pops it up, sometimes it don't. YouTube's weird. What's up, my dude? You playing 14. What about Canadian colleges and fast food places want immigrants for cheap labor and suppressed wages? Yeah, they wanted that back in the mid-2000s too, and what that fucking happened? Like, everything we're seeing now is quite literally just the exact same shit that caused Donald Trump to happen in the first place. They got away with him because they had enough people that were blindly nostalgic for Obama and heard about Joe Biden and went, you know what, fuck it. You know, we can absolutely, you know, we can, to get Joe Biden in office, we can do that. Yeah, it's fine. It'll be just like Obama. They are now extremely pissed off and literally think Joe Biden is contributing to genocide to the point they go, fuck it, who cares? If we get Donald Trump, at least we can say fuck you to the party that betrayed us. Where the Heroes Returns, a great dark fantasy manhwa. I have not. Catch America stream tomorrow? I will try to jump between him and my buddy Shota, who will be streaming. Unless he decides to cancel, in which case, yeah, I'll probably listen to Jim. But I don't think so. Shota's very consistent. He likes streams. And I gotta be a good buddy. And I can catch a VOD of Medica later anyway. Is him, Biden, or someone else? If you mean the cough, cough, cough him, that's in reference to Trump. Because the uncensored version is they fucked him. They fucked Trump. Also remember the absolute mental people with shrines praying against Trump and getting physically ill when he won? Yeah. They have to find a way to spark up that same hatred and further. And right now, well, fervor. That just ain't happening. His day tomorrow, Kiers, Jim, and Shota. Yeah. I don't know who to choose. No, I'm probably going to choose Shota. He's my buddy. And he's playing Dragon's Dogma. And he's showing, like, different techniques you can do in Dragon's Dogma to, like, min-max. It's really cool. It's really cool. Will the world be a better place? Politicians had to fight in Mortal Kombat, decide the fate of the world? I think so. That dog that was always hungry and fight its food and eat it in the middle of the night. Miss that little fucker. Yeah. Those streams are always really fun. Yeah. Soul. It's an actual phenomenon. No one can explain it. Choose the sassy ketchup fox. That sassy ketchup fox got enough of my fucking money. What's the worst thing Biden's done so far? Honestly, my personal opinion, and this is just me, fucking the energy sector. The energy sector was inexcusable and was directly sabotage to the American economy. He literally put us back to being energy dependent, which is why prices skyrocketed. Not just because of COVID lockdowns, those were bad, but us being energy independent and being an exporter offset that at least a little bit to where the damage is nowhere near as bad as it could have been. If COVID happened and we still had Obama-level policies, we would have been in a Great Depression. There would have been no debate. Ever been on EFAP like Weekend Warrior? People have suggested it, but I never did. I'm done with elementary school and I had money for my school lunch, so the lunch lady had me sitting in the cafeteria for like an hour. Yeah. Your stream instead of Shoto last week. I had both at the same time. Ultimate ADHD. I'll go fucking dart on what Biden fucking did. Yeah. Biden's just really weird, man. Yeah. Any tips for new players at 14? I basically just amounts to like, what do you want to do? Do you want to do tank? Do you want to do healer? Do you want to do DPS? Because that will determine a lot of how you plan out your shit. If you want to be DPS, learn your fucking macros. Learn the class you want to be and dedicate. I mean, you can do the multiple jobs. You can swap around how you see fit. Find the one you're comfortable with and put the time into that motherfucker. You know, it's better to be good at... It's better to be really, really good at one job than be kind of okay at a bunch of different jobs. It'll be fun, but for fuck's sake, figure out what you're doing. Email send, don't forget about me. Go hi, Lolly-kun. Did Biden commit treason? He's committed it several times over. How do y'all stream at the same time? It's annoying. I'm going to choose between you, Pippa, and the Fox woman. I'm not saying her name because you can't pronounce shit. I mean, I do it at 9:30 just because that's the most convenient time for me. Because I was playing FF7 today. I was watching the dogs. I found out that there was a sandwich place near where I live called The Meltdown. I thought it sounded pretty good. The pictures looked pretty good. It was like brisket sandwiches and like Texas toast. Like, you know what? That looks pretty good. I ordered it. It was fucking Denny's. It was literally just Denny's. It came in Denny's packaging. It was cold. The barbecue sauce was like oily. The fries were terrible. The only redeeming thing were the onion rings, which were also cold. It was the worst experience of my life. Meltdown was a letdown. It was literally Denny's. Quick, someone dox him. I like the cameo we showed on his Friday stream sometimes. Almost like fast food is shit. You're right, but fuck you. That brisket sandwich had potential. Fair version of Apocalypse Now, original Redux, or Final Cut? I'll go with Final Cut. Redux has some really cool parts. Like I love the subplot with the Playboy bunnies where they're having sex with them in a helicopter. But Final Cut's a lot more to the point. And it's like, yeah, you're here to get to Colonel Quartz. And I'm getting scammed by Ghost Kitchen running out of a Denny's. You know what's bad? When the guy who turned his fucking apartment into a goddamn Korean food place was a better cook than the guys that ran an actual kitchen. Anybody see Ordinary Gamers News video today? Shit, maybe tweaking earlier. I did not. What version had the French? I think that's Redux and Final Cut. They weren't in the theatrical. No one seasons their damn patties. Yeah. Yeah, once you learn how to cook, yeah, you learn how garbage fast food is. Yeah, seasoning on the patties is important. Nobody understands that. Of course, you like the part of the movie with the naked women. It was funny. Okay, not today, Satan. Why'd you order from a 1-star food place? It had good reviews. I think it was just a thing. It was either my driver was really, really pissed off, or it was just a really bad day. Okay, here we go. If I find fast food, I'll make it at home. That's honestly not a bad idea. I've seen some videos of, like, you know, people who do, like, Chick-fil-A sandwiches at home, and they actually, they make them taste less oily than the actual Chick-fil-A. 14 is one of the best MMORPGs ever made. It's the only one that has consistently got me coming back and repaying the subscription fee. Critical, Ordinary Gamers, and Ackman, and 3 people that don't understand why they have such a big following. All 3 of them used to be cool back in the day. Then they reached big YouTuber level and they had to sell out. That's literally all it amounts to. Meltdown, aka Ghetto Craft Sandwiches. Yeah. Cheaper to make food at home than ordering out. Yeah, that is true. I only do it for convenience sake. I shouldn't even be doing it for convenience sake. A lot of times it's not even that convenient. It's like if you order from DoorDash, it's like fucking expensive. Like, it's a thing where whenever I hear people complain about, like, oh, I'm going through money troubles, and I hear them mention DoorDash, I'm like, no, you're not. If you can afford to do DoorDash, you do not have money troubles. If you're doing it at such a level to where it is just part of your routine, you don't have money troubles. Because I have seen some of the prices on DoorDash. I have seen, whenever me and my buddies have ordered food through DoorDash, I've looked at the prices and went, I'm only doing this because all of us are here, we want to watch anime, and we don't want to bother going out to get shit. Like, holy fuck, they add an extra $20 onto your order. It doesn't matter what. I watched Ackman break in real time. It feels bad. I did as well. I used to like Ackman. I've got the best burger of any fast food place I've been to. It tastes like it's from an actual restaurant. Hardee's is pretty good. Freddy's is pretty good. I think these are the only 2 I've eaten that I've actually, like, consistently liked. Wendy's is okay, but I usually have to get really picky with Wendy's. Uber sucks, too. Yeah. People complain about money problems, take, like, 5 trips or more to Disneyland. Yeah, I wonder where your money goes. Yeah, right? I will forever use Fargo Season 5 as, like, the best example of the people complaining about debt are fucking idiots who put themselves in it. Culver's? Alright. Yeah, Culver's ain't bad. Yeah. Got Mr. Beast Inside Out grilled cheese before. Just slick of Kraft singles and a burger bun with the top and bottom of the burger were flipped upside down. Me and my brother were talking about, like, one day, just as, like, a joke, going up to Louisville to go into one of the fucking Mr. Beast burgers. Just see, I was like, is this any good? Like, is there any point to this? We just never got around to doing it. It just depends on the location. I don't actually know a really good and really bad one is near me. You know what? Good point. I tried In-N-Out, most overrated chain. We do not have an In-N-Out near us. Like we went from talking about the deep state to fucking fast food. Always on your toes. Five Guys? We have a Five Guys near here now. It took a long ass time, but we have it. I like it. It's good. I wish there were more sides to it than the fries. The fries are really good, but, like, come on. Come on. You can have onion rings. You can do chips or something. It's like, I like it, but as I say, it feels a little limited. But I get you're going to Five Guys because you want Five Guys. You know, you want the burger and fries. I usually don't fuck with Uber unless I stay late at college library to work on stuff. I always just go get my own stuff. College gave us promo codes, though, so that's dope. There you go, yeah. I've never used an Uber before. You know, to me, it's like, I have a car. I know how to drive. When we were in Japan, we walked around everywhere, and we had a thing where we specifically scheduled a driver from the airport to the hotel and then back when we had to leave. This piece chocolate's mid, so the burger may also maybe also are mid. Culver's is great for burgers. That's it. Culver's ain't bad. Culver's is pretty good. Mr. P's Burger or Rabbit Hole if you're interested to see about Phantom Restaurant or something like that. I am curious if the one up in Louisville even exists. Yes, I'm not gonna lie. Can't send super chats on YouTube for some reason. Any other way to send tips? Well, instead I got the Streamlabs. Yeah. There we go. I'll make sure we were caught up. Speaking of which. Feel like an ordinary gamers, maybe fear-mongering. Any thoughts? I don't know the context. Like, I don't know what he's specifically talking about. Never driven before. I've always liked walking. I like driving. Driving was just kind of like further evidence in my mind of the phenomenon of people who fetishize being in high school are fucking... That's how you can tell they were the cool kid in high school and that they thought they were the coolest shit ever. Because... being a kid fucking sucked. You had to specifically ask for rides. You specifically couldn't go where you wanted to go, and you really felt limited and like you couldn't do anything. It's like that was fucking awful, and I hated that shit. Now, if I want to go somewhere, I can literally just pick up my keys right now and leave and go somewhere. If I want to go to fucking White Castle, I can do that. You know, and crap about being picked on after 9/11 again. Freedom feels good. It does. Freedom, in fact, does feel good. I mean, I know people who live in, like, cities like New York or Tokyo, you know, walking cities. They can literally say the same thing where it's like, well, I can just get up and walk. It's like, you're not wrong. What's the best bread? I think it's whole wheat and brown bread. I like white. I am very, very classic. You know, other breads, to me, feel a little too eh. I won't lie, though. Sourdough is pretty good. Sourdough's pretty good. They clip of Nurse's sister saying her husband creams her ass in Mario Kart. I get my cattleman cut sausages here. James, our roads are clogged and half people in this country know how to drive. Not wrong. While living in a small town, having the ability to walk everywhere. Yeah. Get asked to use the bathroom. It got so bad, some guy pissed himself in front of the teacher to make a point. Yeah. Where I live, you need a car to go anywhere. Kind of hate it. Yeah, that's fair. Because, like, if the car breaks down, you're fucked. I gotta deal with bills and vehicle maintenance. You do, but as stated, part and parcel. Do what you gotta do. It's just $250 a month. That's it. You know, sometimes you gotta get the tires replaced and get the engine looked at. But yeah. It's anti-car YouTubers make good points, but they're so obnoxious. Yeah, guess what, asshole? I don't have that luxury. I need the car. How am I supposed to go visit my friends if I don't have a car? Am I supposed to pay money on Uber? Because guess what? Then I'm spending money on fucking Uber to go places that I could just go to, you know, for like $30 a week with gas. Ever tried cheese curds with honey? It sounds weird, but surprisingly good. I have honey. I might try that tomorrow. You know what? I'm going to hold you to that. Game without a driver suck. That's true, but that's just something you learn. You learn to you learn spatial awareness. Just walk, fatty. That's the thing. Where I live, it's spaced out. Like you do have to drive places. Yeah, wait. Ah, fucker. Yeah. Anti-car motherfuckers always live in the biggest cities, and I find it funny because they can't catch eyes with someone who, without even starting a gang war. Yeah. It's like, just walk everywhere. Well, I don't want to walk through this area because I live in a rough part of town. Just walk everywhere. After riding the city bus and walking for most of my teenage years, I love being able to drive instead of taking 3 hours to get to a place I could drive to in 50 minutes. There you go. The bitch are mechanics who just expect you to know their level of fixing a car. If I did, I wouldn't pay them. Yeah. You need cottage cheese with plain potato chips and use cottage cheese as a dip. I have gotten into, like, okay, I will give this to Canadians. I will give this their 1W. So any Canadians looking for white pills, here you go. Here you go. Open your ears far and wide. Vinegar on chips and fries is not half bad. I'm actually digging it a lot. Neil's paying $5. I'm glad. I'm happy with just chicken and rice sauces. Yeah. Still was pretty good, though. Still was pretty good. But yeah. Vinegar on fries and chips, not half bad. I actually kind of dig it. I went out of my way. When I went to Penn Station, I specifically asked the lady, can I get little packets of vinegar for the fries? And I enjoyed them immensely. It's like I'm getting into being that guy right now. That's on homemade pizza. You really have to pay attention to what ingredients you use, because homemade food tastes really, really good, except for pizza. Homemade pizza is really easy to screw up, and it can literally just be as simple as you bought the wrong kind of dough. You bought the wrong kind of dough. Oh, this sauce is a little too sugary. There's so many different factors with homemade pizza that just make it taste awful. Vinegar on fries works best with some fish. Nice, light, and refreshing feel after eating. That might offset some of the fishy taste of fish. I'm not gonna lie, I used to like fish as a kid. I've really grown out of not liking fish. Cooking skill issues. Well, I say it's more of an ingredient thing, you know? If you get the wrong ingredients, there's no saving that pizza no matter how well you cook it. Favorite pizza place? There's a place up in Louisville called Wick's. It is kind of a sports bar place that has literally the best pizza I've ever eaten and has yet to be beaten. I compare every new place I eat pizza at to Wick's. My mother makes her home pizza, makes her own dough too. Well, there you go. Making your own dough, that would definitely offset a lot of it. Bake your fish in hot coals and foil. Yeah, I can see that working. Yeah. Louisville, you live in Kentucky? Yeah. Why do you think during one of the Kier streams when she was reading the story about like the pedophile teacher, I specifically said, yeah, that's in Danville, but that's not surprising. Because, yeah, I live in Kentucky. I'm aware of Lexington, and I'm aware of Danville. Our cooking skill is always picking the right ingredients. That is true. Which pizza parlor? Yes, yes. It has 2 locations. One in, actually it has like 3 or 4. One is across the bridge over in Indiana, right by Caesar's Casino, where you can go gamble your life away and eat pizza to feel better about gambling your life away. A place in kind of the more trendy part of Louisville where it's like closer to the college. One that's like a bit further out, just closer to the city. It's kind of in a little strip mall area. You can tell by how it says Louisville. Yeah. We don't call it Louisville or Louisville. Anyone says, well, that's the correct pronunciation. No, we will beat your ass if you say that. It's Louisville. Any other Kentucky legends outside goblins? There's the Wolfman, which is just a basic, there's a bridge where there might be a werewolf. A lot of ghosts. We have some of the most haunted locations in the world. Louisville. Yeah. Learn how to American cheese. Surprisingly easy. Yeah. Any good homemade ramen recipes? Nothing too crazy. Usually it's just, get a thing of ribeyes or another kind of fatty steak and just put it in the ramen. Do you have some mom and pop shops in Kentucky? A shitload. A lot of our donut places are local. And that usually ends up making them really, really good. It's Leeville like the jeans? Yeah. Ever heard Johnny's Pizza? They got one up in Winfield, North Louisiana. They got some really good pizza. I might check that out. Can you tell your spooky ghost story again? Which one? Because there's multiple. I drank too much. I can't spell for shit. Best pizza I ever had was a place called Lucy's in Vegas. Owner's recipe was originally passed down from grandmother in Sicily. Ooh. Might have to check out if that place is still open, because holy shit. Also, it's Popeye who calls it soda. It's just a fucker. Tell the best one. Dave, which one do you consider the best? Is how my Kentucky chicken better than KFC? Oh yeah, KFC went down the fucking drain. Funny enough, I ordered KFC just recently because that day I had to do dog sitting. So I was like, fuck it, let's get some KFC, get a bucket of 8-piece bucket, snack on that, and I'll be able to put it in the fridge and kind of eat chicken for the next few days while I'm dog sitting. Fuck it, just toss it in the oven, reheat it. I had to throw it away because I ordered the extra crispy and there was no flavor at all. There was literally no flavor. It was awful. It was dog shit. It didn't taste like anything. It was like eating plastic. Sounds stupid as hell, but fine. Have fun in Louisville. That's literally how you pronounce it. When you say Louisville, sounds like a Brit saying boo or whatever. Welding instructor from Milwaukee, and he calls it pop. They're like normal, small, deep dish pizza. I like all. Oh, your friend tries to start beef with the ghost. Okay. I will tell that one. So, me and Dick Bro, we're going. Dick Bro specifically got like a voucher, him and his family, to get a ghost tour to Waverly Hills. Waverly Hills famously is the tuberculosis hospital where a shitload of people died and became one of the most haunted locations in the world. So we went there, and me and Dick Bro were like, oh, it'll be kind of fun. It was an overnight tour. You stay there until dawn. It's like, that'll be fun. We'll have a good time with this. So we go, and you walk through. They explain some of the history, some of the stuff you can find. And we were in the first floor in one of the rooms where specifically there was a really violent ghost that would attack people. Attack nurses, attack other patients. He was just a violent psycho dude. Winter Lane, $5 best pizza I ever had in a place called New Park Pizza in Howard Beach, Queens. Or Howard Beach, Queens. Oh, okay. But so, we were there, and we were at the point in the tour where they let you break off and do your own thing. Do you want to go walk down to the tunnel chute? Go do that. You want to just walk around in the dark? Go do that. Don't turn on any lights because you'll fuck up other people's tours because it's pitch black, but go do whatever you want. So me and Dick Bro decided to walk down to that room where the really violent ghost was at. We were still really early into it, so we're kind of like, who the fuck cares? Is any of this real? Did we get ripped off? It's just some dumbass history thing. So Dick Bro was specifically calling out in that room, hey, are you there? Are you there? And he started kind of getting a little bit more pointed and going like, hey, fucking show up. I don't remember exactly what he said. It's been a long ass time, but he was getting a lot more like snippy and kind of going like, come on, motherfucker, you ain't got shit. One day I will drag him on stream to explain his side of the story because I imagine it'll be extremely funny. But out of nowhere, as he was like calling out to this ghost, a fucking bat flew around our heads, specifically over our heads over and over and over again. So we just booked it and ran, and I remember outrunning Dick Bro and basically leaving him to die by ghost. So when we finally met up, it's like, you motherfucker. It's like, that was, like, I'm sorry. You started fucking with the supernatural. That's not on me. Geo Vane for 10 fake monies. Hey, Lolly, read Kagurabachi. Apparently he's doing very well. The first volume release is about $2 worth of fake money, by the way. Yeah, Kagurabachi is pretty cool. I read some of the debut chapters. I really like the world it's set up, where you have, like, wizard Yakuza. Kind of like Dorohedoro, but leaning a lot more into, like, them being more Japanese style. The standout image was the guy summoning a bonsai tree to impale a guy's throat, and the guy was still alive. It's like, alright, that's pretty fucking metal. All he has Guts Nightmare moment IRL. One time I was trying to jack off whenever midnight hit. My bathroom light started flickering for a whole minute. That never happened before or after. That time spooky. Alright, I might have gotten nuked for this story, but fuck it. I don't care. Dick Bro Signaling would be buck broken by ghosts. Just after that, we went to the second floor. Second? Might have been the third floor. We went to the floor that famously there was it was the children's ward. And that's the one where if you ever watch the Ghost Hunters episode, and any ghost show that talks about Waverly Hills always has that floor as a large part of the episode, where it's a bunch of ghost kids. And famously, if you roll a ball in that floor, because they have like little bouncy balls for you to roll back and forth, it will roll back to you. It will roll back to you, and it'll be like the kid is playing with you. Around that time, when we were up there, Dick Bro's mom was like really into the trip. She really wanted to see ghosts. She wanted to catch something. So she was all excited and like calling out to the kids, literally in the language you would hear from ghost shows. Well, we decided to break off and kind of go like, hey, we're just going to wander around, do our own thing. We'll be right back. And we were specifically shit-talking the place and going like, man, I think you got fucked out of money. This place is a little dumb. It's just walking around in the dark. Because we rationalized the incident with the bat as it was a bat. You know, that wasn't a ghost. That was literally a bat flying over our head. So it's like that wasn't a ghost. That was us pissing off a wild animal. Well, out of nowhere, we heard something scraping on the floor behind us, and it was literally a little bouncy ball. It was a little ball. And we were looking around trying to go like, how the fuck did this get here? Because the ball was in a completely separate room where it would have had to have gone over an edge, literally an edge in the floor to get to us. Would you smash a ghost? I like that that's your takeaway. Next man, you don't fuck around with the supernatural on principle. Very, very good rule. That's why I don't fuck with Ouija boards. There's the Ultra Haunted Kentucky Place chat, and jot down a haunted location to visit in the future. Waverly Hills. Astay is like one of the most famous ones in the world. Pronounce Louisville correctly. I know it's because in South Louisiana would pronounce it. Don't fuck with the dead. Yeah. Well, got you for talking shit. Yeah. And specifically, we went to get Dick Bro's family because we're like, holy fuck, this ball moved. By the time we came back, it was in a completely different area again. And this was in areas where like, all right, you want to write it off as the wind fucking with it. One, no, there wasn't any wind. And two, it was in ways where like, no, that wouldn't roll that way. So that fucked with us. Oh, and Dick Bro and seeing the ball move. Oh, hell no. Dog shit get hit, quite literally. I tried taking pictures of it, and years later when I wanted to pull the photos up just for like, hey, I thought this would be cool, the photos were black. And not just because like, oh, it was dark, because I mean my phone has like a natural thing where we'll try to like brighten up pictures and all that, at least get an outline. Also, we had the flash. We weren't supposed to have the flash, but we had the flash. But I mean the images were literally black, as in there was no image. It was just a black screen. All right, so we do one more, and we should be good for that duty. I believe in the supernatural to a certain extent. I was a skeptic for a really long time. That was one of the big things that made me go, nope, fuck that. The main quest. We do main quest as Gunbreaker. Right now, I'm doing Dark Knight stuff because I want you guys to see Dark Knight stuff. Because Dark Knight stuff is really, really cool. There's some ghosts fuck with people because they're bored. I would. Makes you wonder. You curse your lineage. Talk shit, now you're cursed. Karma is a thing, it is. Energy. I will never try to piss him off again. What a cool ghost story. Well, I mean, there was the time when we were doing a middle school trip up to New York, and we were driving on the bus, and we were going through Maryland. Famously, Maryland is a very, very creepy state. It was the middle of the night, shitload of fog everywhere, because fucking Maryland. And I was like half asleep, and I was just looking out the window trying to knock myself out because I cannot sleep. I cannot sleep on a drive. I cannot sleep in a plane. I have learned that. If I'm ever in a vehicle and trying to sleep, it will not happen unless I am just completely conked out, exhausted. But specifically, I was looking out the window, and I saw this lady standing in the middle of the fog with long black hair and a white dress. The literal stereotype, you know, Ju-on the Grudge, Kayako, Sadako the Ring shit. You know, creepy white lady with long black hair. For a long ass time, I thought I just dreamed it. I saw that and I was like, "There's no way that was real. I was asleep. Fuck that." You know, I let it go and I didn't think anything of it. You know. Cut to high school graduation years later, and I'm talking with our bro. You know, we're just shooting the shit. Graduation's here. We're finally getting out of high school. Fuck it, whatever. And we get to talking about that trip again. And specifically, I make a point of like, yeah, there was like this lady in the fog, and she had like long white hair, and it was fucking weird and creepy. And our bro just looks at me, and his eyes go wide and goes, "I thought I was the only one who saw that." And I literally went, "Don't you fuck with me right now. Don't you fuck with me." He completely saw it too. He was also not able to sleep. Well, he missed out on his waifu. Plan a trip to New Orleans. If you're ever into that kind of shit, please pronounce New Orleans correctly for the love of God. I've been in New Orleans. It's actually really cool. Only for a little bit because I used it to... I was going to go on a cruise, and then, you know, the port was in New Orleans, so that's why I stayed in New Orleans. But it was still cool. I like the French Quarter, even if it was full of hobos. That's on Atlas Plateau in Elden Ring. I think it's the most beautiful area in a video game, and I want to live there. It was pretty. Should have risked her. I was like 13, dude. I don't believe any ghost story that doesn't end like Fear 2. How is our bro? He's doing all right. You know, he's got a stable job. He's getting married to his girlfriend. Like he's got life down pat. Chad, IRL ghosts are not hentai ghosts. Wrong yokai for 13. I understand the supernatural, and I don't intend to understand it at all. All I understand is I do not want to fuck with it, whether real or not. I actively refuse to touch a Ouija board. Like, my buddies make jokes all the time. It's like, yeah, we'll get a Ouija board, and we'll mess around with it one day. I literally go, nope, nope, nope. I won't even be in the same building as one. When you get married, Lolly, and are we invited? When I was 12 and I was on a camping trip with my family and had a dream, I saw a naked voodoo hag staring through the window. Years later, my cousin told me he had the dream. Oh, God. Your pronouncing is acceptable as New Orleans is a shithole that drags the rest of the state down. Yeah, but it's cool. It's funny because my mom and my dad finally went to New Orleans after a long-ass time. And when they were down there, because my dad has, like, really bad anxiety. He has anxiety partially due to, like, PTSD because, you know, he was ex-Army and shit. But he's very, like, if he doesn't have every single factor planned out, he does not like it. It's like, nope, 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 I want to drive, I want to stay here, I want to have my gun on me. He is just one of those guys where he needs very specific conditions to be comfortable, which is understandable. A lot of it also just basic common sense, which is I don't want to be in a state without my gun. It's like, you know what? Yeah, fair. But it's funny because my mom talked for years about getting him in New Orleans. Like, oh, he'd love it there. The French Quarter's so cool. And I agreed with her. It's like, yeah, it is a really cool place. It's really great. But she finally managed to get him down there. And the first night they were there, the first morning after they stayed their first night there, my mom texted me saying, like, yeah, like 2 in the morning we woke up because some guy was just screaming his head off in the street. He wasn't even getting, like, murdered. He was just screaming. And it's like, yeah, probably not doing well for his anxiety there. Muttering Hail Mary always helped me with spooky shit. I may be a Christian, but fucked in with paranormal shit, carry a gun, crucifix, rosary, Bible, and holy water. I'm like that. I don't even have PTSD. Poor Pops. Yeah. He will absolutely... Like, this isn't even really a narc thing, because, you know, you can't point to specific instance he does it. He will absolutely sneak a gun anywhere he goes. If he can get away with it, he is sneaking a gun anywhere he goes. That is just the person he is. And as stated, a lot of it just amounts to, do you really want to be in a situation where you don't have it? And it's like, yep, fair point. God doesn't want your dad to travel. I do the same, yeah. I brought my gun on business trips before. When you know, my real estate office is doing shit and we like drive down to Florida or something like that, I'll literally like just put it in the case, obviously discharge all the ammo for it, and just take it across, you know. I'll do it. Because so long as it's in that condition, and it's technically always in that condition when you're down there, it's fine. Obviously, there's a lot of technicalities, and any lawyer that wants to charge you will absolutely fuck you. But for the moment, I have that little bit of security. Discharging ammo? Yeah, you literally take out all the ammo from the magazine. You take out all the... Obviously, if it has a round in the chamber, you discharge that. And you keep it separate from the gun. And you remove the magazine, and you put it in the case. Like, you basically have to make sure that gun is nowhere near loaded. You working part-time since I'd always be streaming with you working on a real estate office. No, I just don't have a very good sleep schedule. Close the firearm unloaded. Yep. Here's that part. My cousin's actually cursed. He always has bags under his eyes when I spend the night at his house. I saw why he can't sleep. Unseen forces fuck with him. Oof. Time to get some holy water. Holy water and talk to a priest. Speaking of spooky ship and trips, the cemeteries you visited and enjoyed, then some pretty cool ones that make for dope album covers. I don't usually go to a cemetery expressly for the purpose of I think they're metal and cool. It's usually to visit dead family members. That's on new Illinois gun laws. I don't know what they've done. I'm assuming it's bullshit and unconstitutional. Gotta get rest, Lolly boy. Sleep is good for you. I've accepted that there. Ideally, I would get my 8-9 hours of sleep and feel all rested and like a champ each morning. But there's also going to be a lot of nights where I'm reading manga, then I look and it's like, fuck, it's 4 in the morning, and then I wake up and it's still 8 o'clock, but that also means I fell asleep at 4 and woke up at 8. I don't think we have any supernatural stuff here in Illinois. Nothing comes to mind unless you count the new frequency of tornadoes out here and the countless cicada husks everywhere. Saw a ghost show where a guy called him getting goosebumps and getting ant-tit. That's pretty cool. That's pretty fun. Ant-tit. Power naps, yeah. Who sleeps worse, you or Shota? I definitely think by far Shota does. I mean, he had some stories back when he was in high school about like he used to work as like a roofer with his dad. So there would literally be days where he couldn't sleep for like days on end. Go out to his roofing job with his dad. Still couldn't sleep. Go to school. Come back. Go roofing. It would be this cycle of like, motherfucker, like you do know you need sleep to stay alive, right? ATF director, I am not a gun expert. Yeah, that's something right there where, like, just saying that should have you thrown out of your job. It's like, no, you're supposed to be. You quite literally are supposed to be. All cities in Louisiana are shitholes, and the north is hillbilly land. Stay around the rural southern parts of the state. You want to go to Louisiana? Yeah. I feel like staying up, just not sleep the day away. Yeah. Make sure both of you don't have severe sleep apnea. I know for a fact I don't. Because, like, I've, you know, There we go. Because a lot of time, it's not anything of like, oh, I can't breathe when I sleep. It's that I can't relax long enough to get sleep. That's why I started taking magnesium. Because, like, that helps. You know, that helps kind of relax you and just kind of naturally make you want to sleep. I used to take melatonin for a long time. To try to knock me out, because a lot of time melatonin is like heavy duty shit. You are, it's like counting backwards from 100 when you go to the doctor's office. You are out. But I was a lot of time, even that would be kind of inconsistent. Where it's like I would feel super tired, but I still couldn't really sleep. And you know, I was talking with my dad about it, and he was like, "Yeah, don't take that shit, because it can kind of mess up your brain waves. You know, kind of throw your clock into complete chaos." And he's not wrong. Because if you take too much melatonin, you will have weird fucking dreams. It will fuck your head up. That's part of why the Benadryl thing is the Benadryl challenge is a thing where you see the Hat Man. It's because, yeah, Benadryl usually contains like some form of melatonin, and that can fuck with your head. Which cryptids do you think are probably real? I know you have like that one ape down in Florida that was literally just an ape that escaped from a zoo. That was funny. I've had a sleep paralysis experience because of melatonin. Yeah, that shit's never fun. That shit is never fun. I hate sleep paralysis. I'm really, really thankful that I have not had sleep paralysis in a long-ass time. The fuck is the Hat Man? So, once again, it relates to the sleep paralysis thing. People who take too much Benadryl talk about having dreams or having a sleep paralysis episode, and they see a figure that kind of looks like a guy with a hat. It's a common experience a lot of people talk about. I think there's a mixture of legitimate cases and people making shit up for a scary story. But it is a thing. You will just see weird figures during a sleep paralysis episode. People unironically think it might be demons. It is demons fucking with you as you sleep, or like a poltergeist you manifest through stress or things like that. Some kind of entity that's messing with you. You'll feel people like rub their fingers on you. It'll feel like people are pushing you or touching you, and you can't respond to it. Oh, I had sleep paralysis. Thought that was just a 4chan thing. No, sleep paralysis is a legitimate thing. How severe it is up to you. Sleep paralysis is fun, like an IRL horror movie. We have very different definitions of fun. Fear and hunger type sleep? Sorta. If your family members that joined the military all join Army or some other branch? A lot of my dad's family was Navy. But yeah, they're mostly Army. Right, atheist versus sleep paralysis demon. Either it's JoJo stand or demon got beef. Yeah. Shit sounds like the mysterious stranger coming by to offer crit damage. It's an actual thing. You can look it up. I think a lot of it is also people who exaggerate because it's a scary story. The Benadryl challenge became a thing where everyone was talking about seeing the Hat Man. So I absolutely think there are people who are playing into it because it's a way to get scary stories, and people like to flex their creative writing abilities, and it makes sense. But there are some people who are absolutely like, I am not joking, that shit's real and scary. Take Benadryl, focus on Lady Demetresque, Manifestor in your sleep paralysis, Manifestor is MILF GF Prophet. I have never, ever gotten lucid dreaming. Like, people talk about lucid dreaming, it's like, oh, you can train yourself. My mind, when I dream, is just way too scattered. That Hat Man just Alucard from Hellsing fucking with you. Only had sleep paralysis once. I knew I was in paralysis the entire time, but I felt like I was in real danger the entire time despite knowing it's bullshit. Shit feels weird as hell. I think a lot of it's like a subconscious thing. You know you're awake and you need to move, but you're paralyzed, so you're scared. And that fear kind of ends up causing different things to fuck with you. Sometimes you just can't sleep, not because you're not tired, because you literally just can't. Yeah, it sucks. One of the reasons I'm trying to cut down on my sugar and caffeine intake. That people have been sleep deprived on watch and seeing shadow people. I know it's kind of common, but so freaky when stuck on a boat. Oh, yeah. I don't remember what I dream. Is that a bad thing? Not really. You may not be able to remember good dreams, but also means you can't remember nightmares. So there you go. Dreams are real-life situations and places that meshed into a fucking amalgamum. Yeah, that also happens. Mine are kind of like a weird remix of things. I don't usually remember them when I wake up, but I remember aspects of them. Where like I'll dream about my house, but it'll be like a weird version of my house where the basement will be a lot bigger than it is, or where it'll be like flooded to the point that the water's in the kitchen. Weird stuff like that. Getting back in caffeine's hard, especially when your job practically demands it. Oh yeah. I've had bad days when nightmares are the best part of my day. That sounds like a Mudvayne song. I beat my sleep paralysis demon while I unlock bloodborne powers. I dream about tornadoes. Yeah, some people dream about disasters. They're supposed to mean different things. I don't know how much of like dream interpretation is a real thing. A lot of stuff related to mirrors, bloody mirror, etc. has been proven to be psychological effects of staring at a reflection in the dark. Pretty interesting experiments on that. Oh yeah, well I mean like there's kind of a weird uncanny aspect to mirrors where it's like you're staring at yourself and it looks like it's there staring back at you, but you know it's not real. There's like a legitimate fear, like a phobia of people who just do not want to stare at a mirror. Sometimes I dream prediction the next day and it happens to the letter. Yeah, there you go. I did dream I can fly once. It was actually fun. Yeah, I never get anything like that. I say they're too scrambled and weird. It's like as soon as I kind of become aware of like an aspect of it, of like, wait a minute, that's not my house is, I'm suddenly in a completely different place. Like I hear motherfuckers all the time going about like, oh yeah, I have wet dreams. It's like, man, I've not had that happen to me once. Even when I was like a, you know, ultra horny teenager, I've never had that happen to me.
On my bones, and waketh me
Neither have I, yeah. Human mind's fragile, except mine. I'm built diffy. Mostly dream with people in a too realistic way. I try to make myself lucid dream. I always turn into nightmares. Yeah. I remember I was fucking a thick slime chick. I dream of a big goth, titty goth stepsister. I remember big goth stepsister. I think I may have watched too much hentai. When I'm about to stick it in, I wake up. My dreams are scattered bits of memories in my imagination. I remember one part of it. Yeah. Sex gets boring. Sex dreams get boring and lucid dreaming after a while flying is fun. I have a wet dream as soon as something spicy happens, I wake up. Well, there you go. Your lucid dream was when I was waking up in the morning, get ready to school, and to wake up and find out I was still sleeping. Those are always weird. Where like, you feel like you woke up, you're trying to like start part of your day, then you wake up again, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? Those are the ones I kind of get the closest to realizing I'm dreaming, because I'll literally go like, all right, do I feel like I just woke up? You know, your eyes kind of feel dry, you kind of feel sluggish, like your muscles are sore. Like, do I feel that when I wake up? If I don't feel that, that's usually when I can tell I'm dreaming. I dream that 7-foot cat girl picked me up and give me a boob job. And incorporate your alarm into your dreams? No. I've never had it. I've never had to where my alarm was in my dream and did not directly wake me up. Fall back to sleep and you miss out on your entire school semester. Like, I have had dreams before where I'm back in school, and it's usually something to where, like, I'm aware I'm not supposed to be in school. But it's usually some shit where, like, it'll literally be like a sitcom where it's like, oh yeah, we decided arbitrarily that your degree didn't count, so now you have to go back to school. Those are the ones that I remember the most in depth because I get pissed off, and I'm like, fucking really? I'm often just punch me out of my dreams. Yeah, same way. Holy shit, me too. Yeah, it's weird, right? I had an Inception-like dream before. Yeah, that happened to me when I was on when I was taking melatonin shit. I say that's why I stopped taking that as a sleep aid. Because like that was something where it would just mess my head up, and like, all right, I had way too many Inception-level dreams for me to be comfortable with this shit. I'm just gonna go to magnesium, where it just makes me relaxed and want to take a nap, and by extension, make me want to sleep. Dreams sound weird. Estee, they're weird. Also, I had that exact dream. Yeah. I had a dream where I was able to hug my dad again. I knew it wasn't real, but it felt good. Yeah. Subconscious closure. I was back to school dreams, but I learned that I'm an adult and end up ditching. Yeah. Never dream of the future. Literally seeing small bits of something that you're doing in the future because I cannot. It's not even useful. I just see me building a Gundam or something. No, I never had anything like that. That's my dog, by the way. Yeah. I have scattershot dreams and nightmares. That is true. At least you can kind of enjoy the ride of the nonsense. I've been able to know I'm dreaming and fall asleep and dream in my dream. I say those are the ones that always fuck with me. Like multiple levels of dreams, because I genuinely start asking like, all right, what does that mean? I have melatonin every night for a few years, and when it wears off, it gets bad, for me at least, because then I get really paranoid. I say, switch to magnesium. Magnesium is a more natural muscle relaxer. I think that'll help you. Don't take too much, though, or you'll shit your pants. I mean, it's literally used as a diuretic. Yeah, wet dream, but did dream of some blue alien once. Someone aquatic, very beautiful. No, I hadn't watched Avatar yet. Best dream you ever had? Mine was I was able to go and see play with my dog again. I don't remember a lot about my dreams. I remember elements of them. I love shitting my pants, though. I illusion dream while I was wandering around some Resident Evil looking mansion from physical activities with a hot chick. Ever had a premonition dream? I had one where I saw my grandfather's death where it happened, and when it happened in reality exactly as it did in the dream, it felt like I failed him. I have not. I dreamed my best friend who passed away hung out with me like any normal day, and near the end he told me I need to wake up, and it was nice hanging out again. Shit broke me. Oof. Unironic, you need to let me go shit. Most of my wet dreams just fucked up and resulted in me having a Shinji I'm fucked up moment. A dream mine was quite spooky is how I went into bed feeling so tired I fell into some sort of ocean only for something dark to drag me down to its depths. Oof. For some reason the dream within a dream my mom was a decade older. There you go. Do I know what it means? No, but there you go. Okay, now we can do the next jab. Fun fact, we can't read when we're dreaming for no reason. Also making yourself fall lucid dreaming force you to wake up. Yeah. And my dreams contain bees, wasps, and hornets. I don't know why. I had a friend who dreamed he was in a relationship with a girl and took it as a sign from God. And she started cheating on him and tried to get him to sign loans. Okay, make Gundam level war crimes so I can have my dog back. Been enjoying Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty good. I haven't played it yet. If you look down at your hand while you're dreaming, you only have 4 fingers, or in the correct number of fingers. That's an easy way to start lucid dreaming. As I say, my mind is way too scattered for it. I just cannot focus when I'm dreaming. It's part of the reason I don't really remember them. Or one dream I was being chased by a Freddy Krueger looking motherfucker, ran to the house, yelling at my parents about a freak in the garage, and they didn't say anything. When I was a kid, most of my dreams were getting stabbed in the neck or kicked and twisted in the balls. I don't know why my kids have had those dreams. I keep dreaming of my dead dad. He keeps talking, but no sound comes up. Yeah, I know what he's saying. Yeah. I actually confessed my crush in a dream, and I shit you not, Treasured by Bruno Mars started playing. Felt like a sitcom. That was a good one. You were entertaining some aliens with that. All the crazy dreams I get only happen if I eat something before bed. I had one dream where Spider-Man and I were smuggling drugs over the border. I was like 12. Usually whenever I get the, This is the only thing I know for sure. Usually whenever I get the dream within a dream shit, it's when I'm napping and not, like, sleeping. You know, where I'm like, oh, I'll take a nap just to, like, feel better. You know, because, like, oh, I'm kind of tired, I'm kind of sluggish, I'll take a nap and recoup. Those are usually when I get dream within a dream. When I'm actually, like, dedicated sleeping, it doesn't happen that often. One of my best dreams was I was out on sea on a ship and ended up in outer space and I fought a Lovecraft giant monster. Another thing I heard censorship is the design of the underwear of female characters, and so far I've heard nothing on bad translation or anything yet. Okay. Oh, he's praying when dreaming. Pipkin Pippa! She is the night goblin, her and Tenma. We thought you were gonna say usually when I get the smuggling drugs to Spider-Man dreams. Also had some dreams I had human-sized apes like gorillas as well. Some dreams even had my dad in them, especially if he died a few years ago. Yeah. I was dreaming of a battleship row of World War II ships in a swampy area, and I dreamed of the same concept 2 times, both different. You have a Vampire Hunter dream every couple of weeks, and it always plays out like a new episode of a series. Well, there you go. I dream of tits, that is all. Fair enough. My worst nightmare was when I got shot in the throat and could feel the warm blood. Do not watch Live League videos for going to sleep, everyone. I say I don't remember a lot of my nightmares. I've had dreams that look back, gave me deja vu and some events happening. I dream of being a wooden block getting moved once. I had a dream I had sex with a small elf woman and it was really cool and everyone loved me. She wasn't real. Alright. It'd be how it be. Worst nightmare I had was being in school and there was a shooting happening. Yeah, that's fair enough. Sometimes when I dream about my father who passed away, I tell him I think he died, and he just kind of laughs off. Typical dad. Yeah. Paranormal shit. Remember a story I was told? My mom once had a miscarriage. Sister would be afraid of the bathroom because they kept seeing something pop out of there. Okay. Gotta go to... Yeah, we gotta go here. I will watch the McNutt video until morale proves it will never improve. The weird stream I had basically feel like I was watching an episode of an anime like Naruto, even though said episode doesn't even exist. I don't know why, but that is, but yeah. An awesome dream about me and a cast Resident Evil fighting an army of zombies were trying to get to the chopper. I woke up when I touched the door. Now I'll never know if we survived or not. You probably didn't because you were on Chris's team. My frequent dream when it involves ultra-violent anime OVAs from the 80s, 90s, such as Suki Doji, Kite, and Angel Cop. Okay. We might have to, yeah, we might have to do some main quest shit before we can. Oh wait, no, yeah, Sea of Clouds. Okay, yeah. So we'll just head down to the Sea of Clouds. My main issue is insomnia. It keeps me reaching REM sleep usually. Did you ever have a berserk dream? I say I don't really remember. Maybe? I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't. Only nightmares I have of being in a car and always end up driving into water. Yeah, fair enough. What's the jacket your character wears? If you're talking about like the normal jacket that we usually wear, it's the default gunbreaker outfit when you unlock the job. Right now we have armor that Dark Knight's wearing because I want to go through the Dark Knight storyline for everybody. Because the Dark Knight storyline is really, really cool.
Upon an airship, conceived within the fecund mind of Sid Garland, renegade prodigy of Garlemald, would come to call...
Anyone ever dream about their teeth falling out and you can feel it? I have personally not. Is Gunbreaker gear Western themed? Sort of. It's based off Squall. If you ever look up Squall from Final Fantasy VIII, it's based off him. You've never lucid dreamed, so we know you'd never dreamed the eclipse from Griffith's perspective. Fingers crossed.
high into the heavens, where
Anytime when you were a kid, you thought you could do some cool shit. Remember when we wanted to make a skateboard ramp out of popsicle sticks? Oh yeah, a bunch of stuff. Every kid thinks they can do a bunch of shit.
Guard had scarce begun to explore. To a fledgling outpost. Within
Are
the
driving dream
sea
crashes common? Probably.
where careworn scouts ever scanned the skies for
What level do
hidden
Dark Knight?
shadows.
You have to be like level 50 to start it. 50 to start it, you are then... 50 to start it, when you unlock the job, you're knocked down to level 30, and then you grind back up, and then from there, your actual trainer is at 50. Frey teaches you a little bit, but they're just kind of meant to be a temporary one. Is 14 getting worth getting into this light? Oh, very much so. People still do a ton of early game stuff. You just have to find the right data center. You know, the right data center at specific times. Other than that, you can get through a lot of the game single player. I was a skateboard poser, bought a $100 one and never tried it. Alright, I'm not talking to these guys because they're main story quest people. Okay. Before I do anything and talk to Sidurgo, I'm going to go attune to the crystal. Your stream time, I don't know how anyone in chat gets sleep. Yeah, right? There have been a lot of cases where, like, I've been up for 24 hours straight because I couldn't sleep or I was busy with something. And I look at the Discord, and the same people have been chatting for 24 hours straight. And I've legitimately, in my sleep-addled mind, start going, are they fucking robots? And not gonna lie, there have been cases where I thought back on it with an awake mind and started going, I think they might be robots. I'd Mega Man Legends stream like being in the mall. I've had a dream where I got shot in World War I conflict. What the fuck? But yeah, basically robots. And now the whale can't fly because we are in expansion area, and we need to get the fucking aether currents. But that's gonna be a little while. Whee. Ow. I probably should not pick a fight with this thing so low health. Bail. Doesn't just, you're probably thinking the same kind of things you are. The whale can't fly. Green Bay in the sewers a lot, either being chased or exploring. No whale boy, they clipped his flippers. Oh god. You know what, I think I might, yeah. Everybody online in our Discord, but they're not going to make it. Homemade pizza, you need an oven that goes to 750 degree, 700 degrees Fahrenheit. Oof. I want to see what Kojima and the Peel are cooking up. I am interested in checking out Death Stranding 2. I know a lot of people are trying to freak out about it. I am interested to see what they have in mind. I think it'll be interesting. Like Wailord from Pokemon, kind of like your whale mount, light enough to fly. It's also just a magic whale. I'll show you guys. But I got the Chocobo. I got Magitech armor. I got the Indigo Whale. I forgot what Final Fantasy he's from. Rising Phoenix, which they did that for the 16 event. Fenrir, he's from 7. The Lunar Whale from 4. It's really cool. Think your school is haunted? Mine personally was not. Magitech armor is best, girl. This Stranding 2 trailer is 9 minutes long. That's one of the reasons I didn't really want to watch it, because I don't want to get spoiled on the whole thing. Which is something Kojima did for Metal Gear Solid 5. Whale is best boy. My mount was Behemoth, now it's a dragon. I remember a nightmare my leg fell off and I felt no pain or anything, just fell off. Yeah. I mean, I remember I've had nightmares where I've been like eaten by zombies or something like that. I had a dream where I was a World War I pilot and was doing some Battlefield 1 shit where I would just massacre hundreds of my own people. Hundreds of people. I was advancing the war so much that my own government tried to kill me. Something he didn't do for MGS2, so who knows? Yeah. Phantom Pain basically spoiled the whole thing. Yeah, that's why I wanted to hold off on. It's like, I don't want to know the whole goddamn story. I had a nightmare I was having sex with a dozen women and I realized it was in California. Catholic school, my school was a 100-year-old Catholic school with the church and graveyard. There ain't no way in hell it wasn't haunting. Oh, yeah. I thought because my phone died there and got finished, took a shower. What have I missed? We're talking about a whole bunch of stuff now. It's hard to actually keep up. I wonder how VisiPop got a contract with A24. Were they that desperate? A24 specifically said they're trying to look into more marketable stuff because they've been doing mainly art films, and it's earned them a lot of prestige, but it's not bringing in a lot of money. There we go. So now we need another one of these guys. You'd be dreaming, yeah. The latest nightmare I had was getting chased by Godzilla. I was on my bike. I was like 7. Yeah, fair enough. Mostly the dream stream. Yeah. I actually used to dream before I bought my first house. Yeah, there you go. You became human. I had a dream of zombies ate my dog. Got angry flying went on crusade to purge every undead bastard. Moral stories, you don't fuck with a man's dog. Ever had a nightmare where you ran into a death gauntlet and then eaten by T-Rex? Did you just heard a stock cat soundbite? Yeah, it was a galactic cat. It's one of the monsters. My sleep paralysis demon is a yellow-faced witch that would just fly around my bed and cackle. She was either 5 inches tall or like 60 feet tall. I couldn't really tell. She just gave me the idea of mixing Tron with Titanfall's multiplayer. Worst game I ever had was playing Nerf with friends, except they had real guns and I didn't. I beat my best friend to death with a Nerf gun, self-defense. Right, and these days, Web Heaven Bad is very marketable. Yeah. Got a generation kill. Cool show, not gonna lie. It's very good. Very, very good. I think I remember a dream where I was next to some chick and just played video games and talked with her. I missed that one. I had a dream of Jason and Freddy trying to kill me in a mansion. It was right after seeing Freddy versus Jason in theaters. Nerf gun dream has to be a troll. Strange dream I ever had was doing a sex change just to become a nun. You will watch the art film about the gay spider. You will praise the diverse cast. You will not question why I said diverse cast is in hell. When I dreamt I was finished soldiers during continuation war, and was a Soviet bullet bounced off a Hungarian M38 helmet I was wearing, followed by Soviets in the trenches. Yeah. There we go. You see a child euthanasia without parental approval bill in Canada? Fuck me, Rip Canada. A guy looked into it, and supposedly that's not real. Supposedly that's just rage bait, and I really, really hope it is just rage bait. Ever that doing a video on Cutie Honey, not Saga, but a review on the series for IQ OVA's new live action version? Yeah, I plan on talking about it. I mean, it's going to Guy, so I mean, you kind of have to at some point. Motherfucker's a legend. You will like the late 20s era Anthro Cats, and you will be happy. Kojima also says he's making a new tactical espionage action game after Destiny 2, so basically MGS successor. I am very much up for what he has in mind. You know when the new Berserk chapter's coming out? Nope. We're in the bad times. The very, very bad times. I have to do Cutie Honey. She's my favorite anime lady. As day, I plan on talking about it. Okay. Have you ever gotten bad deja vu? I'd be knowing how shit plays out kind of scares me. Not really. Nothing to the degree of like, oh my god, this deja vu. Just more of I get really confused about stuff. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, didn't you just say that? You know, something like that. Had a weird dream about a guy playing Final Fantasy XIV on stream. Back when I slept in a bunk bed, I had a dream the Exorcist girl crawled on top crawled on the top bunk and laid next to me, and also had a few where she was under my bed. Yeah, freaky. Yeah, freaky enough. Not that bad. Oh, right, Mior died. Absolute realist dream I had, or the one where I puked shit, felt so real it could taste and feel its texture. Oof. The exact worst dream you want to remember. Really had that kind of that feeling of, wait, I've had this feeling before. Yeah. Wasn't that girl 12? Yeah, but she was freaky as hell. He didn't say it was a sexual thing. He said it was freaky. Dreams where I kept waking up terrifying me. Yeah, gets kind of existential. When I was dead, I stubbed my toe on a Thursday. Black pill, black pill, black pill. I had a few weird dreams where I felt like the presence of something greater than humans. One was a beautiful girl that helped me. Other was a revelation how the universe worked, but I didn't understand was cool. Probably gonna be on a boat for another 10 years. No, they went to I guess they got warped to the Kushan homeland. Yeah, knows where I can get a new computer. This is in Walmart. My laptop sounds like it's trying to start a space program every time I turn it on. Best Buy, Amazon. Hope this doesn't sound dickish, but maybe don't make a manga comic series that requires more than 10 years to finish. There is a lot of factors as to why Berserk is going the way it is. So, for one, Miura was an extreme perfectionist with art, and manga art is a bitch to get done, especially if you want to put a lot of detail into it. Perfectionist with story, he wanted to look over every single story detail himself. He didn't really have assistants for a large chunk of it. Only really recently with Studio Gaga was that a thing. He had depressive episodes that made him go on hiatus. Notably, after the eclipse, he went into a really bad spiral where he thought he just tanked his own story and he was fucked and it was over. He legitimately was like getting angry at Mori. He was like, "Why didn't you fucking stop me? Why did I do this?" A lot of that shit. Later on, the ones that got really bad with the boat, he was training himself on digital art. He wanted to move over to digital art because it's supposed to be faster and easier. So that's why that one took a while. Like there were a lot of factors. He died doing what he loved. I mean, you can say that. Yeah. I had a dream I fell in a liquid shit pit, like the kind they have in most farms. I recently had a visit a relative on a farm. I could taste it. It was awful. Oof. Dad would get the Miles Morales cut and become the main character. Blame me for my addiction to the manga. It's all your fault. Yeah. Zerk is a true passion project. Yeah. His Eclipse sequence that was poorly received for him to have a depressive episode over it. It wasn't poorly received. Like, not at all. People loved it. It was the fact that he felt like he wrapped himself into a corner. Where it's like, where do I go from here? What do I do? Because he killed off pretty much most of the cast. And he's like, fuck. What do I do? That's on canceling student debt. It will literally never happen. It's like, well, you think they're... Do you really think the government is just going to let people have all those outstanding bills and not collect? Nah, man. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying, like, the general you. The collective you. It's like, no, that's never going to happen. They were pumping me with a bunch of drugs in the hospital. I thought I was a Russian soldier. But they were just because one of the nurses has a Slavic accent. I dreamed I was that guy, then I realized I was him, and I will continue to be him. He just kept writing. George R. R. Martin wrote himself into a corner with this series. Yeah, a lot of people really do think that season 8 of Game of Thrones was meant to be the ending of the books, and seeing how they turned out made George freak out and go, okay, fuck, I gotta rethink this. Saying as though those are all flashback characters never showed up prior to Golden Age. Yeah, but still, it was a lot of potential. Oh, I could have brought this guy back. I could have brought this guy back. That kind of thing. So that's what he was freaking out about. It's like, oh shit. What do I do? Ever a dream that you kick at something and woke up because you kicked the wall bed frame? No, I've never had one of those. Let's say it was possible. Are you against it or in favor? I'm against. I'm 100% against. Because a lot of the time when student debt gets out of control, it's somebody who's being an idiot. I talked about it before with Season 5 Fargo, where they want to make debt a big theme of the season. And it really is just emblematic to the stupidity of people. Where it's literally like, you are 6 figures in debt because you are being a dumbass with your money. What the fuck? It's honestly a thing of like, no, other people shouldn't pay because you're being a retard. Do you see the Hassan Soychek image? Yeah. He's had multiple. Think about it like this. Game of Thrones, the show started and finished where the books updated. Yeah. Scared your man was being stuck in the zone from Stalker. Wasn't fun. How'd you get into Berserk? So when I was in high school, I still wasn't super into anime shit. I watched Cowboy Bebop. I watched Dragon Ball Z. But it was one of those where I was unironically into, well, that's not anime, that's different. And I knew a guy who was a lot more into anime, and he recommended Berserk. Was like, oh, you'd really like Berserk. It's a lot like Punisher, you know, things like that. So I liked Punisher and I like comics like that. I was like, all right, maybe. I kind of just put it off. Later, I was talking with my brother, and somehow the topic just came up, and I went like, hey, did you ever hear about Berserk? Like, what's up with that? A guy told me about that, and he said, oh, Berserk's metal as fuck. So I looked it up, and it was, in fact, metal as fuck. Hassan Soy Jack Image, do you have any idea how low that narrows it down? Where'd you drop out of Game of Thrones show or books? Not long after Red Wedding. I kind of felt like that was the most load-blowing it could get. After Red Wedding, the official hardline point where I'm like, if it wasn't anywhere before that, it was definitely this, when Stannis died. When Stannis died, that pissed me off so bad. Because that was quite literally them... That was literally them dangling the main plot in your face and going, hey, we're actually going to take the White Walkers seriously, just to rip that away and go, ha, joke's on you, the White Walkers are still going to be a thing. So I literally went, alright, if this region's so fucking stupid they want to die, let them fucking die. Cool, someone made a biofilm of Miura and him making Berserk because you told some interesting stories about him. I would love to see it. I'd love to see them do like a tribute movie or something like that. Stannis the man. What the fuck, Dan and Dave, you bastards? That stream notification for Persona 3 reloads out now. It's not gonna get it unless there's major price increase. Yeah, I'm waiting on sale. Dragon's Dogma 2 is my big splurge. I'm buying the deluxe of that because I've just been excited for it for so long. I'm willing to give myself Dragon's Dogma 2. There's been no massive red flags with that. That's made me go, maybe I should hold off. Beyond the 30 FPS on consoles, which that's mainly just me going, but why though? But why? On Berserk on Battle Royale comment section. Well, there you go. Not animated years later. Yeah, I'll name my channel AlmightyLoli, dude. It'll be fine. Yeah. I had my own character development where it was the teenage thing where you're like, oh, but I don't want to be like one of those weebs. Now I'm at that point of like, I don't really give a fuck. It's like, what? People who would judge you for being a weeb are people who have their own skeletons in their closet. Some, to a degree, is far more severe than any alleged weebery. Apparently, Rise of the Ronin's coming out the same day as DD2. Ah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Name's good for gatekeeping. Yeah, as stated, it was something where it was a joke name, and I was just kind of like, yeah, I think it's funny. Now I've realized, like, oh my god, people are like... There's hypocrisy. There's hypocrisy. And then there's people who whine about lolly shit on the internet. It's hypocrisy to levels that, like, why do we still pretend this is even a debate? That is literally the way I refer to it now. Trying to avoid any pre-release spoilers for DD2, same. I just never cared. Yeah, that's fair. At some point, you don't care what people think about you. Yeah. And Farron came from my favorite Dark Souls boss. Yeah, there you go. Stannis deserved to be the fucking king since he had priority set on the right place. Yeah, quite literally. He literally knew, like, oh, if I save Westeros, everyone will want me to be king. And it's like, yeah, they will. Alright. And actually, so since we need to be 2 more levels for this... where is... There it is. I'm swapping back over to Gunbreaker. We will do main story quest stuff. We will do 1 more main story quest. Mainly because main story quest will unlock more dungeons, which will be higher level, meaning we will be able to grind easier and not just run the same dungeons over and over again. For Dark Knight, because we're actually not that far away from from beating a lot of Dark Knight stuff, and we gotta do main story quest in order to get more Dark Knight missions. So we're in kind of that cycle where it would be better. It would be better in order to do main story stuff for right now. Also, yeah, I should repair my stuff. You are not wrong. Let me go back to Thanalan. This is just a place where I know repair people are. It's not any like personal preference. It's just I know there will always be repair people there. Never in the log over the years, I've realized 95% of people or so who spurred the fuck out over a lot or some sort of sexual deviant equal or worse than what they're shunning. Yeah, that's my perspective on it. It's like, I don't care anymore. it used to be the thing of like, oh yeah, I like anime, but I'm not one of those. You know, it wasn't unironic, but I'm not like one of those. Then the more I just kind of like grew up, the more I realized the people who tout those standards are full of shit and they don't care, and they are in fact much more guilty of anything that you could possibly be guilty of, quote unquote. I mean, it's just it's fake standards, so it's like fuck this, fuck these people. Zodiac for $1. So dreams. The economy's in shambles. It may even be. Had a bad day. New white pills I want to send out to the world. Well, I stated, a lot of the companies involved with fucking the world up are currently going through massive economic issues. Do you drink milk straight up, or is it only an ingredient? I don't really ever drink milk. If I'm drinking milk, it usually has like cream and coffee. My challenge in the last was 2 debacle, and pretty much got me in Spec Ops the Line, Apocalypse Now. Yee. Aaron practices are a shield. The real monsters hide behind them. Yeah. And there's been multiple cases. One of the biggest black pills to me on the Loli Shota debate was specifically, let me word this the right way. It was around the time Keffals was coming up. That sounds very recent, but you gotta remember Keffals has been active for like almost 2 years now, 2 or 3 years. So before then, I was always very staunch on my, well, you know, people who are into Loli, you know what they're in it for, and fuck it, whatever. Just leave people alone, it's drawings, who cares? But around the time Keffals kicked up, you had the whole story of Catboy Ranch. You had the story of Catboy Ranch sending fucking dog collars to underage kids. A whole lot of really fucking like, legitimately skeezy shit. Shit that is like indefensible and is like freaky. Literally teaching kids how to buy black market HRT, spreading around a fucking paste bin doc, teaching kids how to fake prescriptions to buy goddamn Otonoko meds, which is literally ladyboy meds from a fucker down in Brazil with fucking cat hair in his formula. All this shit where it's like over the top and like, all right, in a just society, you would have been tied to a tree and left out there for days. This kind of shit. And all the people that would like bitch and moan about Loli shit and go, oh, well, you're a fucking freak, man. Oh, you're a fucking pedophile, man. Were scrambling to get Keffals on their show. And like, well, I just want to talk to you. You know, I just want to talk. You know, I want to give you a platform to say what you want to say. And I literally went, this motherfucker's a pedophile, and you want to talk to this dude. It's like, you know, this motherfucker actually taught kids how to get black market drugs, and you care more about getting them on your fucking show for money than any form of a fucking principle. Weren't the HRT made in a fucking bathtub? Yes, Troonshine. So that was something to where like I was hesitant and a lot more nuanced with it. Now I'm with Shota where it's like, no, fuck you, no. How many precedents? How many precedents need to be set before we go, fuck you, fuck this debate? I don't even care if someone goes like, oh, well, you know what you're in it for, because I always go, all right, so if you think I'm a pedophile, then why the fuck are you talking to me? And then that's usually when they freak out. They usually freak out and go like, well, fuck you. It's like, okay, there you go. It's moral superiority. You don't give a shit. Talking about all the commentary, community people. In general, it's not just any one group. It's a massive thing. As stated, Mudahar was spurging out about the dude with the blue archive video about like, oh, most fuckable Loli or some shit like that. He was freaking out about that. Motherfucker streaming a Vosh. Fucking Vosh. Motherfucker who said, oh, buying computer parts is ethically the same thing as buying child porn. It's like, no, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Fuck this debate. You're fucking LARPing. 18 kids buy homemade estrogen made in a bathtub in Brazil. Yeah. I'm gonna show it too. People just want to be the light bringer. For real. Yeah. Slam dunk niggas into a dumpster where they crawled out of. Yeah. And we get the black chocobo now. What law debates a real case of both sides bad. Honestly, as stated, I've gotten more and more into the line of like, no, people bitching about this are just pedophiles. They're just pedophiles. Yeah, there'll be pedophiles who are into the Loli shit, because I mean, of course they are. The people arguing against it are just pedophiles. It's just pedophiles, or it's just people out for money. Too many cases. It's to the point of like, all right, there's no debate here. You know, I feel like the fighting game community. You're only allowed to bitch about fan service if you remove every single pedophile in your ranks. If you get every single pedophile out of the fighting game community, you earn the right you earn the right to bitch about fan service. Until then, no, keep your mouth shut. Thank you, God, for making our enemies so fucking stupid. Yeah. Black Chocobo played basketball better. No, he's just black. A lot of people are better at self-policing than the furries. Take that as what you will. Yeah. Pro-lolly sides that are naive or trying to protect their porn. And that's the thing. It's just a porn thing to them. And that's it. You can tell when it crosses a line into full-blown, like, all right, motherfucker, you know what you're jerking off to there. I call it the school bag rule. If the kid's wearing a school bag and is very blatantly meant to be a little kid, yeah, you know what you're doing that for. But at the same time, to me, it's a thing of the people who've bitched about it have ruined any faith whatsoever. You know, how many of them throw a massive shit fit and start spreading child porn to people? They're literally posting child porn on like lolly artists to get them banned and get them in trouble for even having that anywhere near their PC. So it's a thing of like, all right, if you're spreading child porn to fuck with these people, then you don't care. It's like you don't care. It's like you are a pedophile. If you have access to child porn, you are a pedophile. It doesn't matter if it's like, oh, well, you know, this, that, what have you. No, you're a pedophile. They would have called Uzaki a child. And that's another thing. The standards keep raising. This is the thousands rant about why lolly debate's gay. Yes, it is. The school system was made by and for pedophiles, yeah. You know, the artists had the luxury to pick which commission to take. How much furry art would not exist? Yeah. Pretty sure pedophiles are into lolly on account of being into properties of real children as opposed to heavy moe into the nature of lolly. To me, that kind of falls under that's like saying that people who jerk off to porn don't like hentai. There's absolutely pedophiles who crank it to lolly shit, because, I mean, that's just how it is. However, that shouldn't be used as an excuse to censor media, especially since it's the same group of people we know over and over again don't give two fucks. Lolly debate deserves to be called gay. That's how I feel about it. It's like, they had the job of making me care, and all I think is everyone involved is a pedophile, and I don't give a shit. It's like when they're calling the sorcerers from Dragon's Crown, the immortal example that they will never be able to excuse. Where it's like, oh, well, that's happened so long ago, why do you still care? Because it was literally calling a grown-ass woman with massive tits a lolly. You know, it's like none of you motherfuckers have any clue what you're talking about. You know the straw man of like the Republican who's like, oh well, I don't want Obama taking my fucking guns and that shit. That's what it's like listening to those assholes. It's like that's how you sound to me. You sound like a backwards dumbass. It's like if you're not gonna have the basic respect for the argument to even look up what any of these terms mean, I'm not listening to a fucking word you say. You can be a goddess of fertility and still get called a lolly. Exactly. Definitely wouldn't want Berserk to be censored for depicting some of that kind of stuff. Seems like people would want to be censored, though. And that's the problem. All it's used for is to censor people. It's used to fuck people over and censor them. And not even in a sense of like, oh, they're trying to ruin my porn. I mean, it's going to go after even basic media. We saw that with Uzaki. It was a rom-com about two characters in college. One of the episodes is Uzaki turns 20 and they get drunk for her birthday. And that's still somehow child porn and lolly shit. It doesn't fucking... The debate doesn't exist. Fucking Helen Keller can tell the sorcerer from Dragon's Crown is not a lolly. Bitch has breasts bigger than some lollies' entire bodies. Exactly. Ah, gay. Uzaki thing where they full-on start measuring her and start yelling, see, round cutesy art like the eyes of a child. Yeah, that kind of shit. Can't argue with idiots. That's literally what it amounts to. More fundamental than censorship is about people finding excuses to inflict themselves on others. Yeah, that's literally what it amounts to. And that's why I don't give a I say I don't give a shit, but I mean in the sense of like, you have to make me feel that kind of moral anger that you feel on you know, oh, well, we have to get rid of lolly because it's degenerate and all that shit. You have to make me feel that same kind of further, and I don't. If anything, I don't like you. You're pissing me off because you're getting in the way of... It's once again people who want to step in between a grown-ass adult and art and say, you can't handle that. You know, I'm not 12 years old anymore, motherfucker. I'm pretty sure I can handle something mature rated. You know, it's that dumbass moral superiority condensation condescension that they love. Where it's like, well, other people can handle it, so you can't have it. Well, motherfucker, shut up. Commentary community has schizo ran over Gura. Well, it's especially funny because they're still trying to take pot shots at VTubers, where it's like, oh well, you just want to listen to some cutesy woman do baby voices, and people will just pull up the front page of Twitch and go, how is it any fucking different with you people? It's like you all do the same shit, literally the exact same shit. Has any anti-lolicon ever called chibi art pedo bait? More than once. Not even kidding, more than once. Allegory of the Cave is a little too personal for them. Yeah. Call VTuber pedo, but friends are pedophiles. Yeah, that's always what it amounts to. That's why it's like, I don't even give a shit anymore. Fuck off. It's like, oh yeah, you're so cool. You don't like the ultra popular thing that a bunch of other people like. Fuck off. It's like, you're a loser. See a PewDiePie hard grind on learning how to draw for 100 days and is damn near mangaka pro levels. Yeah, he did very, very good. PewDiePie is still one of the reigning champs that has not gone sour. Even after that phase where we all decided to hate him because he got super popular. Look at short stacks don't exist in these people's minds. Yeah, it is completely bullshit standards they pull up in order to quite literally just justify going after people for their own gain. Whether it be because they have personal vendetta or to prop themselves up on the social totem pole. Turn kind of horrible when you make people who side with the ones who jerk off to anime children. Not wrong. I love kids, Charlie. Commentary community only standards, double standards. It's not even, like, commentary community is really guilty of it, and they're also the ones that get out all the time. It's like, hey, motherfuckers, remember when you did this? That kind of thing. But it's a general problem. It is a general problem where the normie sphere is idiocracy come to life. They do not see the cognitive dissonance between the side arguing about the horrors of loli and why that's such a terrible thing. Those exact people are the ones with sex offender registries or are spamming child porn on people's replies. They're the ones constantly doing the very thing they're accusing everybody else of doing. It still has not clicked in their mind why that's a thing. You know, they still can't leave well enough alone. They're too scared to have their own opinion on it. They're waiting for approval by the rest of the crowd, and it's just not clicking with them. They literally have to be told it's a problem. It's like when localizers only became a mainstream issue because fucking Asmongold talked about it. Despite people for years mentioning how it's an issue and needs to be taken care of, they need to be told by an authority figure something is okay. This is all the art's gross. Meanwhile, they have Mpreg, My Hero Academia, art of two characters in his history, death threats against the author because he won't can their ship. Literally! You know, Child Poison Ivy somehow okay, but lolly shit is still bad to these people. Yeah. I was saying cheese pizza, the 4chan group is somehow based. Yeah, exactly. It's like no understanding of reality. Everyone thinks they're on Big Brother. Everyone thinks they're a reality TV star and will try to act as such, and that's where you get the most douchebag human possible. NPC meme is not wrong. It's not by any means. I mean, you get more personality out of fucking Final Fantasy 1 NPCs. What should I have for breakfast? Steak and eggs. Also, bullet coffee. Put coconut oil or butter in your coffee. You'd be amazed how much it wakes you up. Are you playing Final Fantasy XIV? People they hate father figures so much they sure want the approval of authority. Yeah. People go to lolly art, then go in the comment section to complain about the lolly art they clicked on. Yeah. Some of them will just straight up follow. That's the thing with Tectones. Tectones explicitly followed lolly not safe for work accounts and was like Genshin Impact and a bunch of other gacha shit, which also had lolly shit, and started gunning after it and started talking about like, yeah, man, like, you know, fuck this, you're all pedophiles, and started creating beef with people. And it was a thing of like, what the fuck are you doing, you asshole? Coconut butter isn't coconut oil. Butter or coconut oil. As in, like, they're two separate things. You can do two things. If you want to use coconut oil because you don't like butter, you can do that. If you want to use butter because you don't like coconut oil, you can do that. How much butter? Half a spoon? About, yeah. Obviously, don't put too much in it, but yeah, about half a spoon. And personally, I do like a teaspoon. Butter. It's called bullet coffee. It is a thing to kind of help wake up your metabolism because it's not anything super heavy like a heavy breakfast. It's somewhat of calories, and it's also natural fats and oils. As long as it's actual butter and not oil butter, which, you know, that's a different thing. That's another reason why people use coconut oil, because that for sure has natural oils in it. Butter and coffee. It's called bullet coffee. Look it up. That's on coffee milk with honey. I kind of like it. Any sugar or cream with it? Ideally, you don't put any sugar in it because you're trying to... The butter / the coconut oil kind of acts as its own sweetener. Also why you don't put salted butter in it. I'm not sure who needs to hear that, but don't put salted butter in it. But it's kind of a natural sweetener, especially that coconut oil. Some people like a really heavy coconut taste with it. So it's kind of it sweetens it by its very nature. So you're able to kind of have like a sugar-free coffee with sweetener in it. That's on coffee flavor, like coffee flavored donuts. I like it. It took me a long time to open up to coffee, but I like it. For red eye, blue eye coffee. What's the difference? I have to melt the butter beforehand. I'm kind of under the assumption the coffee's hot, so it should melt in it. You just kind of put it in there and stir. Salt the butter sounds like it might work, actually. If you're someone who doesn't like really sweet coffee, then yeah, maybe. It's up to you. Vietnamese coffee? I've not tried Vietnamese coffee. I did try Cuban espresso. That shit had me fucking wired. I talked for like 3 hours straight. I'm not even kidding. Directions perfectly clear, putting an entire stack of salted butter in my coffee. Remember a guy on YouTube who called someone a pedo for like a Nuzaki, then got outed for grooming 14-year-old fans? Every fucking time. That just gives me stomach hurt and sleeping. Yeah, that is true. Caffeine can really mess your guts up. Cuban espresso was based. It was tasty. I liked it. My mom was like, I don't really like that. I liked it. All goes back to fructose, glucose. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm drinking tea instead of coffee in the morning. Been drinking herbal tea since the fall and I haven't had a cold this winter. Usually have the cold once a year. Tea when you're sick is really, really good. My sister's been dealing with, she's getting over the flu, but so has a lot of, like, congestion. So I've been telling her, like, hey, make green tea with, like, lemon and honey in it. It's actually really, really good for clearing out congestion. Still hasn't done it. She ain't fucking listening to me. But it really, really helps if you have, congestion issues. Has Vosh ever argued against Loli? He will literally change his opinions no matter what. He will pretend to be the biggest weeb on earth if it gets people to click on him. Then he'll call a degenerate in the next fucking sentence. He has no principles. Are you a beer person? I am picky, but yes. Because I like my German beer. I was half tempted tomorrow to like go to the store and pick up Mexican beer because I hear Mexican beer is supposed to be pretty good. Obviously, you have to be picky about the Mexican beer, but like Mexican beer with like lime, it's supposed to be really good. Yeah, I really like German beer. Beer virus, yeah. Modelo's and Coronas are good. I kind of want to try Modelo because that's the brand my dad really likes whenever we go to a Mexican restaurant, and I keep hearing that one's pretty good. So it's like, fuck it, I'll see about the hype. I usually only drink Jägermeister. Yeah, Jaeger's pretty good. Modelo's best Mexican beer. I'll try it. I say I planned on going to Kroger tomorrow because I gotta get out of the house. I've been stuck babysitting dogs for 2 days. I gotta get some breath of fresh air. They can live with me being gone for 20 minutes. Negro Modelos are solid. Okay, I'll see if they have those. If not, I'll just get like a 6-pack. Tried butterbeer before? I heard about it. It's supposed to be pretty good. Bosch doesn't understand what Pyrrhic victory means. He really don't. You ever have a Sapporo beer? I've never had Mexican. Why is every big YouTuber a weirdo? Because you have to be a weirdo to be a big YouTuber. Mexican beer is pretty good. Granted, I usually get Coors Light and Keystone because it's cheap and they keep the woke stuff on. Don't ask, don't tell basis. What is the difference? Like, is there like a difference in taste with it? Is there like any kind of like what is the difference between like Mexico and others? Because like German beer is usually pretty heavy. Like German beer is a lot more heavy. Oh, Sapporo's JP. You're right. It is. You're right, because it was in the vending machines along with Asahi, which that's what we drank when we were in Japan. We drank Asahi. Dark Modelo's quite bitter, so I had that in mind. It's dark, so that made sense. Yeah. I like Modelo. May or may not be drunk off that right now. My head kind of hurts. Today's a Mexican beer tastes like vomit and piss to me. I mean, that's just kind of beer in general. How many bros do you have? You have Army Bro, Weed Bro, Art Bro. Seem to have a bro for every occasion. Army Bro 2, Weed Bro, Dick Bro, Art Bro, Black Bro. I haven't talked to Black Bro in years, though. I have a number of bros. Never took alcohol. What drink should I take to get into alcohol? I mean, start with something light. Pick up a thing of, like, I don't know, Seagrams. Army Bro 2. That was the one that I'm referring to who had the interesting story about working in intelligence. Bean Bro. I also have not talked to him in a long-ass time. Is Black Bro white? No, he's black. He's the one that really liked to pick, is it okay to pick up girls in a dungeon? And will Woman Bro make a cameo? If I'm able to drag Dick Bro on stream, I might be able to get her on there. I recommend Summerby Cider. I might check that out. Can I be your best bro? Root beer mixed with Jägermeister, personal favorite. I have heard about that. I did Dr. Jaeger's, which is you mix it with Dr. Pepper. Not half bad. A little too sweet, but not half bad. You kind of have to add more Jaeger than Dr. Pepper. Can't tell the story of Army Bro and Intelligence. I did beforehand. Yeah. You want to know what they spam Taliban frequencies with? It rhymes with cheese pizza. Dick Bro's wife? Yeah. Fuck it, I'll call her Lady Bro. Why not? Very bad implications. That's just because you're judgmental. There we go. Type bro are you? YouTuber bro? I'm Lolly. Does this your bro have his own YouTube channel called Frontier of the South? No, that's Dan. Dan right now is dealing with the war with Palestine. Him and his brother. That's one of the reasons why I'm not like, yeah, fuck Israel. It's like, because I know there is a living, breathing person who likes my channel who is over there fighting against his will because he got drafted. And it's like, man, that motherfucker don't got a choice. He just wants to smoke weed, man. Why do the bros call you? Lolly. I mean, they call me my actual name, but Lolly. Is Dan still alive? Yeah, he's posting updates. Very, very infrequently, but updates. Sounds very American for a Jew. Yeah. Is your friend fighting Palestine? As stated, it's Dan. He's in the Discord. He's a really cool dude. He's actually recommended some really good shit. Recommended some stuff that's been on the list I'm really excited to talk about. Also recommended Mr. In-Between. He's the one that told me to get into Mr. In-Between, which was fantastic. Fantastic show. Are you Lolly Bro? Yeah, I mean, you can, yeah. You get Dick Bro on stream? I plan to. I'm thinking about ways to do it. It's all about planning around his schedule. Cartridges, Lolly, use your cartridges. I'm not in a situation where I need to. I want to save that for a monster that's, like, a bit more meaty. Such as, oh, talking about some of the suggestions. Well, I'll say he did Mr. In-Between. There is a really, really, really good movie where it was about a bunch of Israeli soldiers in a fort, an old historical fort, during one of the conflicts with, it wasn't Palestine, it was another nation. It was in the 90s. And that war was coming to an end. Very, very good movie. Fantastic movie. I have it written down somewhere. I don't remember the title of it. But that was fantastic. Recommended Waltz with Bashir, which is a fantastic movie. A whole bunch of good stuff. Dude has really good taste. It's nice always using his super chat money to take his friends out on vacation. I'm also making videos with it, so everybody wins. Is Bruno Mars gay? I kind of always assumed he was. Hope he gets out alive. Fighting game too crazy, yeah. Love Wolves with Bashir. It's fantastic. 10-day war in Israel, probably. No. It was something else. I was giving it to Bostonian V girls. That is true. Give me a sec. I'm going to look it up real quick. God, now I'm actually... I gotta get the name of that fucking movie. Beaufort. Yeah, Beaufort. Yeah. Fantastic movie. If you can ever track down a movie called Beaufort, I'll type the name of it in chat. Yeah. If I can get that goddamn chat to load. Yeah. Check out this movie. It is genuinely really, really good. It's from 2008. And play fighting games with your little cousin, you go east or full tryhard. I don't really have any cousins that are younger than me. They're all older than me. One of my cousins straight up looks like Dee from, yeah, Sweet Tea. Yeah, Dee from It's Always Sunny. She's a really nice lady. If he has to up with the trash cat stuff, I don't know what he's doing. Localized did again, sus as hell with a new Gushing Over Magic Girls episode. Oh, yeah. I'll say something about Rabbit Roberta, that she got legs. The one ZZ Top wrote that song about. This movie about the... about the war or something? Something else. It is about one of the conflicts Israel was involved in as it was winding down, and it's about a bunch of Israeli soldiers in one of the historical forts. Genuinely fantastic film when I watched it. We got a 6.7 on IMDb. Yeah, that's just IMDb being retarded. It was phenomenal. It's very slow. I think that's why it has a 6.7, because people want like a more general war movie. It is very, very slow. It's about the soldiers and their routine. They specifically make a point of like they would get RPG attacks and they can't go out to find the guys who did it because they're trying to scale the war down and they don't want a larger conflict. I've seen an Anthropoid movie about Czech rebels during World War II. That sounds interesting. Lebanese war. Yeah, that was it. So like Jarhead. Yes, it is basically Israeli Jarhead. But it is fantastic. Spoiler-free thoughts on Doubt. That's the movie with Philip Seymour Hoffman and what's-her-face, right? Because I haven't seen that movie in a long time, but I thought it was good. Meryl Streep. Yeah, Meryl Streep. I'm not the biggest Meryl Streep fan. I kind of feel like she's really up her own ass and thinks she's the greatest thing ever. Even I will admit she did really good in that movie. There's a reason they put both of them in the trailer. Crossfire's a really good World War II film. We haven't seen it. I have not. No, the manga. Oh, I haven't read it. See why MS gave Sound of Freedom a 2 out of 10 like a faggot. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, I can already tell the problem is because it's such an expressly political film, he tackles it from the angle of, well, it's political. You can't pretend to be unbiased with a movie like that. Because hearing it's like 2 out of 10, no, it's not. I saw it in theaters. It's nowhere near that. Generic, you can argue that. Gets a lot of details wrong, you can argue that. But at the same time, my response to that will be, well, why is that? What makes it so much worse than other movies? It is so polarizing by its very nature, you cannot trust a review like that. That's not saying, oh, go buy it yourself and go see it, which coincidentally helps the movie. It's the fact of you understand how much of the movie is specifically designed to spark a larger political debate. Look on the mangas. Have you read thus far and what are your thoughts on them? I haven't really read any of the mangas. I've only really watched the animes. Sam Murphy stars in Anthropoid as well. Very good movie. Oh, okay. Personally, I like Blood Diamond more. You pretty much have any intention of not liking it, it seems. And that's what I mean. It's because of how politicized it is and how politicized Tim Ballard is. That is a case of, like, you have got to disclose what your politics are. Why must support child trafficking? I wouldn't go that far. It's more the fact of, like, you have to disclose what your politics are and be honest with the fact of, like, listen, this is a movie that is designed to piss off people. What's Blood Diamond about? Is about a mercenary from South Africa who has to help a guy from, I think it was the Congo, during a civil war because his son has been kidnapped by a warlord. He had to own the repubs. Yeah. And that's the problem. When you don't make that clear and you pretend to be objective, that's when you get problems. Sound of Freedom straight up is not a bad thing. It's not the best movie for every current state of mind, but absolutely by no means. Jeez. Exactly. I went to go see it in theaters, and I admit, there were some moments that were pretty cheesy. There were other moments that were genuinely pretty, like, yeah, that's pretty brave. You know, the fact it was so willing to be like, America is one of the biggest purchasers of child sex. It's like, yeah, that's a real problem. And once again, if you want to blame it on, well, Jim Caviezel wanted to be a boomer about it with his politics and talk about QAnon shit. Hey, every other fucking celebrity, raise your goddamn hands. You can't have it both ways. You can't have one support the things you like and then punish everybody else for saying shit you don't like. That's bullshit. At that point, you're a fascist. Guy is Rhodesian. Yeah, but he's living in South Africa. You know, God's children are not for sale. I say it's a cheesy movie. You can make fun of it for that, but saying it's like 2 out of 10, it's like, nah, that's personal vendetta shit. Saying good advice from an actor comes from Christopher Lee. The most dangerous thing a young actor can do is believe their own publicity will destroy them. Yeah. I like near the end of the movie just becomes something like Snake Eater. Yeah, that's something that was like completely dramatized. And once again, if you want to criticize from the angle of a lot of the shit in the movie is not how it played out, that's legitimate. The problem is you then have to go, well, a lot of other movies do the exact same thing, some much more egregiously, so, you know. Crazy V for $2. So, Lolly, what is ESG? What does it stand for? So, the literal acronym is Equality Standard Guidelines, something like that. It is literally there as a guideline for woke politics shit. You have to follow these guidelines for progressivism and all that to get a certain amount of money. That's why a lot of these companies chant the same thing. It's why they all put on the rainbow flag every summer. It is literally corporatized pink capitalism, which is all about exploiting social issues for profit. Why sure people can complain about QAnon when the Epstein flight log list is coming out? Exactly. It's like, you have to tell me that this is a conspiracy theory movie after post-Epstein. Environmental social governance, yeah. Who started ESG? It's kind of always been around. It started off as a fund in like the early 2000s, and it's just kind of changed hands over the years. Oh, look, Lady Iceheart came back. I like the acting in it. Jim Caviezel was a good actor. UN started ESG. Yeah.
The child.
No, it cannot be.
So this is actually really important.
She cameth unto me, as didst thou. Alike in gifts, yet set upon different paths.
I was asking about Dan earlier because I went on one of his streams and he recognized you from chat. Also, his streams are way more enjoyable than yours, so you better not die. Same. Have you watched Goku Private Eye made by the Wicked City and Vampire Hunter D director? I have not. That sounds interesting.
Like you, I have been blessed with the echo. The visions terrified me at first. They came without warning. I wondered what I had done to deserve them. But I had no time to ponder such things.
I'm surprised YMS hasn't already made a review of Sound of Freedom. Well, didn't the guy say he gave it 2 out of 10?
The land turned turned against us.
Have you seen Person of Interest? Jim
Matter of
Caviezel, very good
hours,
show.
the
I've not.
Father's nest was buried under 10 fulms of ice and snow. We had no choice but to flee for
I know
Ishmael.
good historical movies. Check film Black Barons, Serenade Baroni. This is a black comedy about comedy in internment camps in Central Europe. That sounds interesting. I might check that out. John Freeman's right-wing propaganda to the Twitter crowd, but they still believe Trump is on the Epstein list. Even most of the witnesses' evidence prove his innocence. Yeah.
Well, what might happen where I found, but I could not survive on my own. I was found, of course, and not by a mere dragon, but by
What's
the
your favorite Guy
great
Ritchie movie?
bird
I
race
really liked The
Valkyrie.
Gentleman. I thought that was fantastic.
And it was then that I knew why I had been given this gift. For with it I heard his voice and saw the truth through his eyes. I was chosen to deliver this revelation to the people, to bring dragon and man together as they once were and should ever be.
Shazam is a 6 and Son of Freedom is a 2, by the way. Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to be like that. You have to believe me.
He said it was 2 out of 10 on Twitter. People that say you need to watch this movie or support pedo are literally man children. The moral hysteria around it was stupid. That was a marketing campaign. But also led to kind of like an opposite backlash to it where critics were harsher on it just because they were annoyed by it. To which I go, no, fuck you, dude.
Varnians, though they know where the fault truly lies, fell upon them with such fury.
Men die, and their children forget. But we are everlasting. To us, then is as now.
She fucks dragons. She really do.
Thou canst not
EFAP called out YMS actually. It's a pretty good watch. Yeah.
the outrage.
So get over YMS judging a critical drinker for watching a lot of mainstream films, not going to film festivals. Dude, you have a horse persona. Get over yourself. Well, the funny thing is, he said like, oh, he has such a terrible diet of movies. And he would like name drop a movie and they go, yeah, drinker's seen it.
Neither a saint.
It's like kind of got shown. It's like, no, you're not the only guy that watches obscure movies, dudes.
Yet I will not forsake this cause. I cannot. I will see this cycle broken and peace restored.
You forget YMS is a zoophile. What does his opinion matter?
We can do naught else, for we are now as one.
Apparently him liking Shazam 2 is literally because he knows the director. Oh, well, there you go. Once again, not unbiased at all. That was the basis of the EFAP. YMS goes to festivals, hence he knows more about film. Yeah, kind of that pseudo-superiority shit. YMS and South Park are the only people big enough pussy to cry about Mahler, the milk toast guy. Also, Cracker Drinker writes comic books and other stuff. Well, it's the thing is, like, there's a lot of directors who, they've seen a bunch of movies, but there's also some that barely have seen a movie, and they just like making their own. You've heard YMS is friends with Big Joel. Yeah, BreadTube adjacency. Didn't he also unironically say anything made before the 50s was shit? Something like that. Like, he kind of showed his ass with that, where it's like, dude, do you not know how many legitimate masterpieces were made before that era? Like, some of them literally pushing the medium forward. Drinker doesn't write comic books from what I know, but he's making a movie of his book series, Nathan Drake. Yeah. Nah, bitch, Conan's Kino. Oh, did he talk shit about the Conan movies? Because, like, yeah, they're cheesy, but they're fun. That's all they need to be. Ryan Drake? Yeah, I think he was Ryan Drake. Yeah, I thought Nathan Drake sounded weird. Oh, The Gentleman, a recent one. I like The Gentleman. I thought it was fantastic. It's like, I never really gave a shit about Hugh Grant as an actor before. That made me genuinely really like him. Yeah, Drinker wrote a Rambo prequel comic. Yeah. Yeah, Nathan Drake's from Uncharted. Yeah. I said something sounded weird as soon as I said it. I was like, wait a minute. First time we streamed, thanks for Berserk manga vid series. Loved it. Watch all of them. Yeah. When H. Bomber tried to puff his chest up and said he would debate Mahler on live stream and chickened out. Yeah. Movie called Movie First Sound trash because it's not 4K. Yeah. 27% discount Blood Meridian. Should I snag a copy? It's good. Isn't Rambo public domain? Not as far as I'm aware. I think he specifically got a deal to help write it. I mean, Drinker is involved with some studio people. I say he's outright getting a film adaptation of his book series, which from what I understand is very like, it's very Reacher-esque. It's mainly there for like, you know, dad power fantasy stuff. But fuck it, you know, that's fun. What's the game, by the way? It's Final Fantasy XIV. Why do I keep throwing myself off cliffs? I can just teleport. Saw Sound Freedom for free. Solid film. Seen genuine trash. Okay, that film is not trash. Yeah. Gummon's such a fun movie. Matthew McConaughey is really good in that. Yeah, it's good. Why are that Conan's too fucking dumb to go mad from witnessing others' horrors? He's not. It's not a stupidity thing. Like, Conan is very, very smart. Like, he knows multiple languages fluently. At least he tries something instead of just being a critic. Yeah, exactly. Why your movie sucks? What is he doing? Giggly squat. Yeah. YMS hates that Drinker's getting this level of following. Yeah, it's a common thing you see amongst a lot of big channels where they kind of get kicked the ladder syndrome. They get up to a level and they want to make sure no one else can reach their level, so they will arbitrarily make up standards or go like, oh, well, you don't know what I know, to basically fuck people over. And it's like, dude, that ain't right. That ain't right. He's the quintessential snobby movie critic, at least from those streams I watch. Definitely can be. Just don't fucking patronize your audience and then love watching bad guys get their comeuppance. Yeah. Drinker made a short film. He wanted to be a feature, but the story would be stretched too thin and turned to sludge. Well, there you go. No one to call it. Conan can follow his vices. Sometimes likes fights, shinies, and hot women. Yeah. Quintessential man's man. I go back to the manor. Oh, before that, we'll teleport there, then we'll do the shit here. How long can I have a drinker? Is the whole the message bit can go a bit, get a bit long in the tooth, but there's a problem with a lot of modern movies. Yeah, the problem is I don't like it just being a buzzword. You know, I don't like when they have that phrase. You know, where it's like, oh, he dropped that phrase again. It reminds me of like Nostalgia Critic when we drop shit like that. Where it's like, big-lipped alligator moment. It kind of gives me flashbacks to that. It's like, I know what you're talking about, but, you know. I don't like it just being a soundbite. Kick the ladder, you mean they matured? Yeah, seriously. They watch people go, what do you know about X? And it turns out they don't know fuck ton about X and are involved in X. Yeah. I'm fully willing to admit, you know, I say admit. I'm fully willing to say I don't know a lot of shit about, you know, media. I like looking stuff up about it and learning stuff about it. That's the fun part, you know. And talking about it with other people gets them to share about stuff they know, you know. I've made videos where I've talked about like movies or shows, and someone in the comment will go like, "Hey man, I actually worked on like the production team for this, and we did this," and I'm always like, "Man, that's fucking cool." You know, there's fun in not knowing because you get surprised. You watch the anime Lazarus, Shinichiro Watanabe's directing, and from Studio Mappa. I plan to. You review No Country for Old Men? I plan to. Was I rolling with Drinker named his Pandaverse vid? We're winning. Yeah, stuff like that where it's like, I would rather not talk about culture war shit in that level because you just date yourself. It's as it dates yourself as bad as following culture war shit because it's like that comes from a very brief blip period of time, and it's better to just kind of talk about it in a general sense because you want to make it to where what you say will not age. That's one of the reasons why I've really tried to get a handle on just not talking about politics in videos. Not because I don't want to say shit. It's the fact of like, if I say something, I want it to be a very general statement where it's like it doesn't matter when you watch the video, it's true all the time. Because that's it. I remember MGS3. I remember the times. I remember that speech from the boss where it's like, hey, motherfucker, if you're not careful, you will date yourself and sound like a complete idiot once enough time has passed. I do as Conan. I want to make myself seem very uneducated or dumb, but show when I need. Yeah. Make sure all speech are just that or just the time. MGS3. Yeah. It's something I'm going to talk about with Disco Elysium, where it's like the political aspects of Disco Elysium age worse each day, because it's like you find out the dev team were frauds. The only ones that were Marxists were the head dev and his girlfriend. There was a bunch of political backstabbing and personal drama. They accused each other, ripping each other off. Whole bunch of shit where it's like, man, where's that solidarity? You know, where's that workers unite shit? You know, they're all supposed to come together and do this for each other, and they were all in it for the fucking money. So it's like, you know, that's something that really makes that age horribly. And the only reason the political aspects of Disco Elysium aren't a complete joke is they work in the setting of that world. And they don't need real-world context to make it work. Obviously, it is enhanced by real-world context, but only in the sense of you recognize the what they're going for, you know? Is it a good or bad thing that I know only one YouTuber on a speaking basis for you ask? He's one on the smaller side, 15K range of subscribers. I don't think it's a bad thing. You don't need to know everybody. As to, with how many people like crash and burn, it's probably actually a good thing. Good channel to check out called Movie Wise, the Euro who talks about pre-70s cinema and all the intricacies and sophistication that's been lost time. That sounds really cool. Let's go, Elysium still very much his own world. Our world does not have the pale. Yeah. Just simply referring to them as dad movie or male power fantasy itself is not an insult. Yeah, I mean, outside those insufferable circles. That is true. It's not a criticism. That's when everyone kept shitting on Season 2 of Reacher and going dad show. It's like, that's not a criticism. It's like, well, what does dad show mean? What does that mean? And if all you do is name another show like NCIS, I go, okay, what is the criticism? Worker unite until they disagree with me, then they taste a boot. Yeah. Thought you handled the politics injection in the film very well in Netflix Bebop. Yeah, because once again, that was something that was not explicitly about the politics. That was about, hey, don't throw in modern politics and media because it's destined to age horribly. Alright, now we go to the manor. Make a video on Disco Elysium, just make the disclaimer that you're only focusing on the politics as the work in the setting. Well, no, I mean, I'm going to talk about the game in a more general sense. I'm not going to go through every single route because that would take a long-ass time. And the message around it is more the fact that, like, Disco Elysium works so much better as a story of interpretation, where it is what you want it to be. Not to say that's not saying something, it's the sense of the game is what you want it to be. It's why it's so replayable, because you can play it in different ways and get different things. You know, you can see it as just humiliating the dumb fascist Harry if you want to do a fascist playthrough and make Harry look like a jackass every chance he can get. It can be a story of a man genuinely trying to change and genuinely trying to fix himself, and you get some really nice scenes with that. There is so much you can do with Disco Elysium, and that's why the political aspects of it annoy the fuck out of me, because it's ignoring genuinely fantastic moments to get likes on Twitter. My last post is a Star Wars lore channel named Mandalore. I'm on his Discord server and like talk Star Wars with him and the rest of the server. That's pretty cool. I always saw NCIS as a women's TV show because they're obsession with crime shows. Yeah, but you get my joke. You get my point about that. The dad show. Where it's like, oh, it's like watching Law and Order. It's like, fuck you. I'm paying Disco Elysium about solving the fucking case. I'm not Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Yeah. Disco Elysium is a funny game about a drunk cop man who solves drugs by eating the drugs. You ever watch a YouTuber one day he's throwing a cringe political topic in a new video? Oh, tons of times. Tons of times. Like Matt McMuscles did it. Ryan Hollinger did it. God, there's actually a lot of them that have done it now that I think about it. The 2 seconds I watched Jim Sterling, he did it. Angry Joe did it. Like, there's so many of them that I'm like, yep, I'm done. Quentin did it. Every Fallout New Vegas review. Gargi Mr. In Between's a dad joke is about a guy who's also a dad. Yeah, it's true. I was always say, fuck the Hardy Boys. That's gonna be something I really hammer home, where it's like, if you go with the intention that the left-leaning crowd of the Disco Elysium fan base goes with, you have to excuse a lot of genuinely evil actions the Hardy Boys do. They were willing to cover up a murder that they had no context for, which brought a whole heap of consequences to the entirety of Revachol. They became a drug trafficking ring that further ruined the city and made things worse. They are thugs that will intimidate anyone to the point that they are terrified to talk to the police. A whole bunch of shit. They work for the Everetts, who are known gangsters that will kidnap or kill anyone that gets in their way and intimidate the population. What Mac McMuscle say? Follow his Twitter. It's like there are so many moments of Disco Elysium where I'm like, I'm not supposed to sympathize with these people. They are scumbags. Fan the comments group is literally called the Hardy Boys. Yeah. When Paul made Disco Elysium, she almost killed all the Hardy Boys. Was so proud. Yeah. Vodka in the soup. Yeah. Oh, got them killed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to swap on over. It is almost 2 a.m. here. Revachol almost burnt to the ground because the fucking Hardy Boys pissed off the Death Squad. Yeah, they would go out of their way to piss off the Death Squad. Where like they knew the mercenary guy and his team were there and were specifically there as muscle for the company, and they still strung up his body, both to cover up the murder and as like a humiliation thing, which only made them more angry, to the point that even if you could talk to them, they didn't give a shit. Nobody likes the Hardy Boys. Yeah, they're awful. They're awful human beings. And the fact the good ending is them going, "You're all right, Mr. Cop." No, I want Harry to go fuck yourself. It's like, go fuck yourself. Not even a political thing. Go fuck yourself. Hardy Boys in the case of the political system of failure. Yeah, seriously. Okay, here we go. Give you as a Donetsk separatist leader after Russia annexed Crimea in 2014. Their goal is to join Russia, and if I recall correctly, were popular in Donetsk, where he was declared a terrorist by the UN and wanted for prisoner abuse. He made prisoners eat their patches and called them names. It was so tame you can look it up on YouTube. He was loved by his troops and neutral reporters. He died in 2017, assassinated via an RPG hitting his office by the SBU, which is the Ukrainian CIA, who claimed he was infighting. Interesting. Definitely reeks of Eastern European politics. That's a manga comment. I've seen your reply to him on Twitter once in a while. He seems alright. Yeah. I've seen a few of his videos. Leans a little bit too much into scripted YouTuber, but as a guy, I think he's alright. The Hardy Boys. I got a raging clue. Could say the Harry in Disco Elysium is Dirty Harry. Yeah. Cranes are killing their own. I mean, that's kind of been a thing for a while, man. Accidentally ran into the nice lady when trying to run away from the guy. Yeah. Hardy Boys, in the case of the political system of failure. Was that super about the guy in charge of the mercenary group that got capped? No, it was about a separatist who was killed in like 2017. Because apparently he was a more popular political figure who probably would not have walked step in line with Global Homo. During my first playthrough right now, everyone keeps calling racist when all I try to do is get Measurehead to fuck off and point out that Kim has glasses. Yeah. By the point Harry wakes up, the Death Squad was already beyond reason. Doesn't help the guy hanging was the fucking commander. Commander and the guy that replaced him as the commander was that guy's brother. They literally... The Hardy Boys only made the situation so substantially worse. Look you up on YouTube Wiki. Everyone else has cool facts about themselves. You just have his favorite series of all time is Berserk. Yeah. Bit about persistence. One of your previous streams was both on point and inspiring. Been running a channel for almost 2 years now. I'm slowly getting past the 160 mark. Yeah. It just takes time. Like, it is not something you get done in a week. You take time and you take effort. This goes show just how modern unions run. Yeah. And I love the cope. It's like, oh, that's how you can tell real Marxists made it because they can criticize it so bad. Yeah, that's bullshit. You criticize the Marxism, they put a bullet in your head. How's Stalker video doing? I am over halfway done with it. I plan on getting it out maybe, if not late tomorrow, definitely early Saturday. I say having to pay attention to the dogs is kind of making it wonky, but not too bad. Hang on, cruise saga. That sounds fun. Yeah, my plan is taking the bros on an Alaskan cruise, and I was gonna film it like I did Japan saga. Hopefully, I can work the camera better and than the Japan one. But we shall see how it be. YouTube isn't a quick cash dream. It is not. Stepmom was the CFO. They're so mob ties, it's not even a joke. Oof. Next anime review. I'm gonna keep that one a surprise for now. Having over 100 subscribers puts you in the top 40% of YouTubers. Over 1K and you're the top 10% of YouTubers. There you go. We're going to talk about the games I still need to play. What do you mean? You mean Disco Elysium? I mean, like, it's going to be a while for that video's out. Ever watch Racevic or White Light? Yeah, they're pretty good. Not gonna lie, if Harry had a bullet left after the shootout, I'd like the option to kill Hardy myself for being such a colossal fucking failure of a cop. Yeah, 100%. Made a channel in 2011. Yeah, well, they say channel, but you have a YouTube account, so you can just comment on stuff and have a library, like, history video. A history where it's the library of videos you watch, so if you want to go back and watch a video, you can do that. So, yeah. You ever review animation that wasn't from Japan? I've had requests for it, yeah. And I plan on talking about them. Have you heard of Zero Hour? It's a neat tactical-looking game. It's apparently less processor intensive than other similar games. I have Zero Hour. I have it on my computer. I still have not played it. Primal. Yeah, I've talked about Primal. Also, the Russians have been moving people into that region for decades. Armor 2 brought that up and it wasn't happening so much. Yeah. But this skill is such a short and simple game to make a video on. Is, but it isn't. If you focus on the right things, you don't have to talk about everything. And I don't want to break down everything because I stated a big thing about Disco Elysium is that it's a very personal game. It is, it is a game where you will see different elements in it, so it's up to you. That's why I don't want to explain everything in it, because I don't want to get in the way of somebody viewing something in their own way. It's a game where if you want it to be a supernatural detective story about a psychic cop, it can be. If you want it to be a story about the end of the world, it can be. There's a ton of different stuff. It's bad space for $1. So I have an idea for a book. It's about a group of psychics that fight the government that runs by aliens trying to suppress humanity from evolving into more powerful beings. That's kind of They Live meets the X-Men, dude. It was 2011. That's also the year I realized people got old. Any game reviews you recommend? They're out there. They're out there. I say White Light's pretty good. He's pretty in depth. I like the Snakerer. He has pretty good videos. A lot of good shit. I call you a right-wing anti-woke YouTuber best known for his recap on Berserk on TV tropes. Yeah, sounds about right. Every time I meet someone new in Disco so far, I've just instinctively apologized for knowing what I've done to them. Also, I had a fun time with the band of the abandoned church. Yeah. YouTubers should have that mentality instead of shoving their politics down their throat. Well, they do it because they want to be like BreadTube and get literal contracts from the government to spread propaganda. Because that has actually happened before, I'm not even lying. Okay. I think I recommend my game reviews because I shill. Also, Mandalore Gaming is Kino. White Knight's 90% Kino. I don't like Jarek the Gaming Dragon. Fuck him. One takeaway from Disco is this: Kim really trusts you. Sadly, Kuno doesn't fucking care. I watched the Gungrave anime. Long ass time ago, but yeah. Doing an anime of Game of Thrones to make the war against the White Walkers actual plot of the adaptation if you're in charge and cut back on political scheming. That's the ideal. I won't be bred too polite, but that such thing isn't impossible. Yeah, it's all about milking each other for views. That's how it be. I'm going to talk about the games for Stalker. Brief mention, but it's not the point of the video. But yeah, I'm going to call it here. I got to get some sleep. But yeah. Thanks to everybody who showed up. Pretty good time. And see you guys.
I feel so claustrophobic. My heart jumping like I done did aerobic. 3 days pass and I barely notice. Ice, baby, just can't control it. Hold it, I don't think I've eaten either. Alcohol is gonna kill my liver. I'm scared to death. How did I mess up my life? Feeling short of breath. Bad checks, they bounce, drain my account. Listen to the voice in my head announce. Man, quit this shit. Feeling down and out. Tired, but the one I got fired about. A week ago, punched the boss in the mouth. But I was wrong, I just wanna belong. And I got a pain in one of my lungs. Man, what have I done? I'm still up at the dawn.
I've messed up royally. I'm the king of tweakers, and I'm sinking deeper. I've messed up everything. I'm the king of tweakers, such an evil creature.
Monkey on my back, done become King Kong. Stopped at the pawn shop, my ring's gone. Such a disappointment to mom and dad. My skin itches, crabs grabbing in my nads. I've done become what I'd be laughing at back when I was sober with a stack of cash. Take off the edge with a bag of grass. Walk by the mirror, look at the jackass. What did I miss? Sick of this abyss. Diagnosis, terminal emptiness. Gritting my teeth and clench my fists. Hard to love anything when you stay pissed at yourself and your health deteriorates. Your face stays down on mirrors and plates. If I let a tear drop, I'll get hysterical. I'm praying, begging for a miracle.
I've messed